Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host, Bryan. We're going to wrap up this week with an album review as we always do, going through an entire album track by track, exploring each track in isolation and it's part of the larger whole. Today we're going to be looking at the Kyteman Orchestra. Kind of intrigued by this. The album is the title of, or it's the same title as the artist. We have a mix of shorter tracks, a few there that are in the 2 to 3 minute range, a couple that are in 4. We also have some that are in the 7 and 8 minute range. We're looking at 12 tracks at just over an hour at 61 minutes. This came out in 2012. As you can see, this intro is only 3 minutes long. We'll see where that takes us because track 2 is the longest on the album at almost 9 minutes. But if it goes together and I don't have much to say, I'm just going to run the entire 12, 13 minute experience all together. Let's dive in and see what the Kyteman Orchestra is. I wonder what the intention of that was. Oh, okay, never mind. Those half-step falls after the larger jumps though, man. Nice half-octave jump. These little half-step falls. Oh, dude, this is developing nicely though. Also, dude, these crescendos, man, it's this feeling of rising and falling action. Crescendo into the decrescendo. Nice timpani in the background. Piano, too? Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there. Now, I do have a gut feeling that the hard stop right there is no different than any of the other stops that we saw in that track. There is something about space that is present all throughout this opening track. So it wouldn't surprise me if track 2 is supposed to be an extension of this, because this is just, as the title indicates, an intro. This is about beginnings. That's what this entire thing is about. We started off with 2 notes and then the half step dip. And then we took those 2 notes and the half step dip and we expanded that. We went down another step. Then we had some flourish into that. Then we changed what the leaps were and then where the dips took us. The entire thing starts off with a simple theme, just 3 notes. And we expanded from there. We expanded harmonically, we expanded rhythmically, maybe not melodically. There's melodic qualities to that, but not anything that I would say is a strong, memorable melody. A lot of the times we are looking at these groups of just a few notes. But we have this escalation of composition. What was just 1 instrument and 3 notes at the start developed into an entire orchestra, bringing in piano and woodwind and additional brass and percussion. We had timpani in there by the end of that. We also have the dynamics, the rising and falling action that we consistently get, a crescendo from near silence. And the decrescendo out of these lines. It is starts and stops, beginnings and endings. A series of them, creating a cycle that's similar but different, almost in the sense that I can see part of this being sunrises and sunsets, and then evening might be, in a weird sense, I suppose, attributed to those beats of silence between ideas. It is cyclical, like days are, like weeks are. Every day is kind of the same, but no 2 days are identical. And that's what this song reminds me of. Beginnings and endings, everything connected. You can clearly see how things become what they do based on where they have come from, but never identical, just influenced by. It's a beautiful way to start an album, introducing me to the instrumentation, possibly the types of composition, or at least maybe the detail-oriented approach to composition that we will see on the album. At least that's where I am so far. No lyrics to dive into on this, and it is 3 minutes of one concept. So let's keep this train rolling. We're going to move on into the next track, While I Was Away. Interesting percussion to be present in here as well. A type of hand drum, maybe something in the bongo family, possibly. A triangle though. Gotta have a triangle. Anyways, you don't see bongos in orchestras, not traditional orchestras, too often. A lot of build-up here. I mean, the piano over here is kind of playing with starting without actually starting, but we have the strings building intensity from the start of this track. A lot of cool sounds here. really like that, showing us just how much of the volume was the string section. Everyone else was fairly calm about it. Very John Williams with the French horns over here, though. I wasn't expecting vocals at all, but if there would be some choir or maybe classically trained operatic stuff, maybe not poppy, mainstream, sing-songy stuff. Much like the first track, we're still seeing a focus on a singularity. The song does grow and change and evolve, but it's still kind of focused around one vibe. Okay, so I was digging the triplet feel. I'm digging the intensity, the vocal layering. Yeah. The brass lines over here are so good. Just subtle emotional manipulation, texturing the vibe. The halftime with triplet feel is so good. A lightness and a little bit of vulnerability. Very musical theater, actually.
Intellects colliding in the prisons of our weary minds. Dare we find a nexus where the fading time begets us in agreement, teaming up to free the needy from their demons. Does your purpose supersede yourself, or does awareness quell you as it does me on my quest for being free? Do you need help? Agreeing to disembowel the killer whale inside you in order to retrieve all the mercy it consumed. Trust me to look behind you, back to back if you watch mine too. Try and prove your wounds are healed already. All you need to do is love them. It's heavy, but you kiss your scars unto the gods. Embrace them as the wrath of heaven. Whichever truth is yours, you recognize it in a second. Lives are either wasted or applied. Your soul will either face God or die.
Trust the baby nature, soul is not too late. You know there's only one man who can seal your fate. It's not your cross and not me, not in any case. It's your life in darkness that you must embrace. But I wasn't brave, a part of me remained. And you never had a say in the judgment that you made. I hope I will learn what it got to bear. Focus on myself for the time I have. I hope will outgrow on this still from pain of my words are spent. Nothing left to say. We have filled my brethren, then really gone cold. Tell me all is lost, and I will leave you.
Okay. Don't finish that idea then. I really thought they were going for dramatic purposes there with the retardando, slowing down the song just a hair bit, maybe 10, 15 BPMs on those final notes, having that bomb, bomb. And it really wants to resolve. I want that final hit. We have, well, metrically, we have 2 notes of 3. Harmonically, we're sitting on bits of tension here. I want that full resolution, and also just the cliche of bomb, 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 right? That big triumphant ending, and instead it just quits. Setting up my expectations based off of tropes and subverting those expectations by not giving me what I expect. I'm curious if the final lines of the lyrics are going to lean into this some way, somehow, subversion of expectations, not getting what you want, a lack of finality, something along these lines. Because the thing is I'm really enjoying this. I don't know if you could tell. This is fun. This is musical theater. In a sense, at least. You know, there's definitely an orchestral element to this. We have the strong, wide instrumental palette going on here. We have brass, we have strings, we have percussion, we have piano, we have vocals. I don't think I've heard any woodwinds, though. I wasn't really paying attention to them, and honestly, I gravitated towards the brass a lot during that listen. But usually the flute is pretty good at, or the saxophone is pretty good at grabbing my attention when it's present, because I really love those timbres. If I'm going to write a lead melody line and it's not for a trumpet, I'm usually going to give it to a flute. It's probably my second favorite lead instrument tone. It just, there's something about it that just feels right in a lot of situations. And since my hearing didn't perk up around any of that, I kind of don't think there were any, but you know, there's a lot going on here. I'm sure there's going to be just as much that I missed as much as I picked up on. But yeah, for an orchestra, I don't remember any woodwinds. That's interesting. But how it's all presented, more, well, see, here's the interesting thing is I kind of take a lot of this as atmosphere, as texture. We're building vibes throughout a lot of this. That doesn't mean that it is devoid of nuance or complexity, just that I think the core purpose for a lot of the decisions in the compositional process is to create vibes and atmospheres, particularly to set up emotional ideas and payoffs for presumably the vocals to sit within. That's kind of my overarching thought on this, and I think that's why I enjoyed it so much. It is very easily digestible, not in a bit of a different realm than, say, Baroque or Renaissance music, which is complex and incredibly engaging. It's really difficult to, at least for me, casually enjoy those styles of music. The complexities demand my attention, and it becomes a bit fatiguing to have that type of attention consistently for long symphonies. I think it's one of the reasons why those two styles of music just haven't really clicked with the mainstream very well. Whereas something like romantic classical music is a bit more digestible. It's more, and even modern classical, because we've kind of moved away from hyper complexity for digestibility. And that's not a knock at more modern classical styles. And of course, we still have more complex compositions coming out these days too. But as a whole, I feel like classical has become more vibe based than anything. And it's led us to composers like Einaudi, who are very controversial within the classical realms because of the more aesthetic purposes of his music. Moving away from more of the complex elements, but they're more digestible. And I think that him having such an audience and a fan base, it's kind of weird to say for a composer. Like when I think of fans, I think of like pop stars, but I think it speaks volumes. Making music for making classical music for a modern audience. I don't know where I was going with all this, but this is definitely more on the vibes area. And something that lines up with that really well is musical theater, using the sounds of classical music, the instrumentation of an orchestra, but always having to leave room for vocals because it is theater. The spotlight is on the people, not the orchestra. You certainly need the orchestra, not to downplay their importance in it, but they're not always the main event. They are, if you go see them live, usually in front of the stage, below the audience, where you can't see them, but you can hear them. They're not something you really need to be paying too much attention to. They kind of push themselves out of the spotlight. And they don't just do that visually, it is musically too. You don't hear, a viola solo in the middle of, a monologuing solo for a lead character or something. And this music kind of fits within that realm too. And it didn't kick off this way. From the start, I thought we were going to be getting something like, I'm completely blanking out, the Nashville Orchestra. What was that group called? We did a whole album review on some pure classical music from a group called the Nashville something Orchestra, something along those lines. And that's what I was expecting here. The intro is a bit lighter in composition, but I even mentioned that was probably an introduction to the timbres and techniques, not necessarily the compositional direction. I didn't expect a more simpler compositional style to be present on the album again, because I was expecting classical music, like legit classical. This is more hybrid, and I think that's where my analogy into musical theater comes in, because classical music can be present in musical theater, but it's not necessarily traditional classical music because the music isn't the spotlight. The acting, the singing is, the story is. The music helps facilitate that though. And this, once the vocals came in, I was a little confused because I wasn't expecting any vocals, but as we got further into the track, it began to dawn on me that this is very musical theater. Not just in the way the instrumentation's used, but also the hyper focus on vocals, and even working a more sing-songy, somewhere between singing and speech pattern in here that I've seen quite a few musicals do. You don't necessarily want to break from the song and return to spoken word, but you don't necessarily want to just be doing poetry in the middle of the song either. So actors will shift into the sing-songy format where it's kind of spoken word, but it definitely still has melodic pulse to it. There's specific notes being chosen here, and it doesn't quite have the cadence of speech either. It focuses more on rhythmic qualities of music. But it isn't quite full-on belted singing either. And as we got into the choir, and then as the music died down a little bit for the spoken word and the final bit of spoken word to come in, and then to ramp up, and then the choir coming in around it, and yeah, dude, if I didn't know better, I'd say we're listening to a musical here. I'm gonna wait, as usual, until around the halfway point to look into some context for this. But I am beyond intrigued at this point to figure out what is going on here. That was a really long segment. I don't know why I went on so long about that. But I need to get off my chest. Next up, I want to talk about the music, because I did mention that it is classical and vibe based, and I think that's still generally true. I think if you just want to listen to this for the vibes, for the aesthetic, you want to take in the emotional complexity alongside the vocal delivery and just kind of listen to it like you would, I don't know, a pop song or something, you absolutely can. But it doesn't diminish what's actually going on in the music. There are complexities, and in fact, it's actually very similar to our first track, Intro, where we're presented with an initial idea and then expanded upon it. Most of this track, and when I say most, I don't mean like all of it, but simply a majority, more than 50% of it, is kind of based around one idea, one chordal concept. Much like how Intro starts with one instrument that plays a couple of notes, and then we add more instruments, more notes, more harmonies. We adjust the chords ever so slightly to create shifting, well, I guess shifting chordal progressions, but more so I think a narrative push of emotion, where we can subtly shift what kind of emotions we're experiencing, not by going into a completely new chord progression, but by nudging parts of the chord progression we are already in. Sometimes that means changing an entire second or third chord of a four chord progression. Sometimes it's even just nudging a couple notes here and there, shifting up the intervals in chords we're familiar with to add tension or flavor or spice. We see the same thing here. A lot of this track is based around one atmosphere. The instrumentation changes as we go through the track, not bringing in new concepts altogether, but supporting an original idea. Starting off with a couple of instruments, couple of ideas, couple of rhythms, melodies, movements, ostinatos. If you're new here, don't know, an ostinato is just the classical term for what you would say loop in electronic music or a riff in rock or metal. It's just an idea you play over and over. But then more instruments come in around that, supporting it, expanding out the harmony, maybe doing a little bit of counterpoint, maybe adding in something new. Maybe one of those original instruments decides to add an extra note. An extra, they'll take one quarter note and split it into 2/8 notes. Well, now you have more rhythmic push, a little bit more acceleration towards an idea, a little bit more momentum. But you can also now play 2 different notes there. Now you can have different interval movement going on. It's these subtle expansions. This song, despite being 9 minutes, and as far as I would say, probably broken up into 3 distinct parts, is a constant evolution from the beginning. You can draw a very clear line from where we ended up to where we started and see exactly how we got there. It was an addition of this, an addition of that, an expansion of this idea, a reduction of that. This instrument that isn't playing anymore takes 32 bars off and then comes in as this new idea. It's very clear to see the evolution and mutation of this track. Everything is connected just like intro was. I was quite surprised by that because, as I mentioned earlier, I assumed intro was just that. A sort of warm-up, an introduction to the sound of the album. This is what you're getting in store for. Listen to these cool harmonies, listen to the instruments, and then we have a 9-minute song to follow up on that. This is when the meat comes into the mix. This is when we get some dense writing. And yeah, I mean, we do get that. This is a much larger scope than the first, but it's also built off of the very same blueprint, and that's what I wasn't expecting. Through this expansion, though, we begin to see a lot of nuance. It is a song that is in constant evolution. Little ideas being added here and there. The harmonic palette is in constant flux. The melodic pattern is always changing. It's always evolving. It's adapting to what's new around it. We have a little new ostinato over here. Well, how can the lead melody adapt to that? Can we do some call and response to it? Can we kind of borrow something it's doing and have this center idea kind of adapt to that? Now they can dance around each other a little bit better, where originally it was kind of an on-off thing where one's doing something, the other's not. When the other's doing something, the first one's not. Now we start to intertwine them. There's actually a lot of layers to this track in some of the more dense sections, but what I find really interesting is something that it bleeds into the emotional discussion of this track. Is we have all these ideas going off all over the place a few minutes into this song, and then they all kind of coalesce. We see a unification, not of everything. We're not just talking about a single concept played by a dozen instruments or so, but several instruments come together to focus in on a specific rhythm, a specific melody. It's moments like these that bring about strength in numbers, it brings about weight, it brings about intensity, and this is usually paired with some dynamics as well. More instruments, more layers, more volume, and on the harmonic side, more tension. And this is something that I think the song does really well. It controls tension. From the very beginning, we have these strings over here, just kind of bouncing between two notes, a lower one and a higher one. You know, the trumpet kind of did that too in intro. Granted, we evolved from there, but really started around the jump. We did have the descent from there, but then we do the jump again. The descent's different, but the jump was the same. And then another similar jump with a different descent. Probably just a pattern. I don't think there's anything to read in that, but if it keeps showing up, I'm going to keep a note of how many musical ideas I hear on this album based around a consistent leap between two notes of an instrument. Anyways, though, these strings begin to introduce more tension. The two notes are becoming less harmonious, little nudges. This one goes up a half step, the other one comes down a half step, decreasing the space between them. Maybe eventually we'll increase the space between them, but we're going to go up to a less stable tone against our new root tone. And we end up creating a lot of tension just in the strings themselves. You may remember that I had mentioned at the time that the strings were quite loud over here, 3-4 minutes into the track. And then they dissipated, and I commented how everything else is rather quiet. It was really only the strings that were so loud. But it's also only the strings that were tense. They were driving a lot of that. What I find really interesting is the next time the song leans into harmonic tension, it's kind of a full band idea. What started as the strings instigating over here begins to bleed and infect the rest of the band, and now everyone's in on this rising tension. Once again, I hope the lyrics lean into this. Maybe not necessarily the idea of spreading of anxiety, but a heightening of something that was originally manageable and no longer is, reaching peaks in this track as more and more vocal lines come into play as well. I think that's my general take on this song. It has so many beautiful moments. I love the harmonic work on this, subtle shifts where we will have a chord progression that I'm kind of getting familiar with. I don't think too often we have just straightforward four chord progressions on here, but generally that's a bit more comfortable. Looking at maybe an 8 chord progression or something with that, with really only 6 chords in there. Maybe a reuse. So the home chord and the leading chord at the end of the 4 are always going to be the same. Maybe it's like 2 and 3 and 6 and 7 that are going to be different. Regardless, though, I'll start to get comfortable with the vibe, the emotion, the atmosphere they're building, and then they'll throw a little wrench in there. A little bit of an uplift, a little bit of a downlift. Maybe a subtle mode shift or a key change. Little things to slightly alter the emotional feeling. And this plays into everything else. Little nudges everywhere that help this song evolve, and those nudges, those little shifts, dude, they're everything on this track. They're what can make something start normal and shift into tense or eerie or joyful, victorious, powerful. This track went in a lot of different directions because it liked to sit around a sort of neutrality and slowly nudge into more emotions, different emotions throughout the track. It's an emotional maturity that I love classical music for in general. And I think this is a fantastic job of bringing that element of classical music, as well as the density of small choices that can all line up into really complex writing overall, into, again, what I would say is something a bit more mainstream. I still kind of feel this within the umbrella of musical theater. It is more vocal focused than classical music typically is. And not just vocal focused, but modern vocal focused. As I mentioned, the vocal work is kind of a mainstream sing-songy thing, something you might catch in a rock song or maybe a pop track. Definitely not something you would see too often in classical music, though. Not in the more traditional forms anyways. And I really like how this walks that line. It is palatable and digestible, but has depth if you're going looking for it. And I'll tell you, after a single listen of this, I feel like I've had a lot to say about this track in particular. I think some of it was some good conversation. I hope maybe you learned something, or maybe at least my thoughts got your gears going and you started thinking about some cool stuff. I always love seeing the comments under videos like these where maybe I missed something or I was right on the cusp of talking about something cool and it didn't dawn on me, but it clicked for you. And I love seeing those. I mean, I see some of y'all apologize for writing, 5, 6, 7 paragraph comments. Dude, bring it on. I'm learning here. I love it. Don't apologize for that. I don't apologize for being verbose, that's for sure. I'm going to make a 3-hour video here, so... But yeah, as much as I've said here, there's still so much that I missed or have forgotten about. It's been 20, 25 minutes since I listened to the song now, so... this is definitely, if the album progresses this way, one, definitely something I'm going to return to just because I'm enjoying myself. But 2, I think this is an album that I'm going to get more out of every time I listen to it. It's one of those albums where, 50 spins later, you're like, oh, dude, did you hear that? I've never heard that before. I just remembered there's a triangle in here. I love triangles, dude. I'm so glad there's one in here. All right, lots of vocals. Let's check out some lyrics. The next track is sub 3 minutes, so kind of interesting to jump wildly back and forth. Actually, it's pretty close. 252 was intro, and this one's going to be 254. So pretty much like the opening track of the album. Let's hit some lyrics. I don't know what I was expecting for the lyrics, but a nuanced relationship with another. I'm not going to say necessarily another person. It could be another side of the self. But the relationship is nuanced. There is love and care between these two, between the narrator and the other. But there's also affliction. There's tension. There's negativity there. The first stanza says, "Why would you talk about me? Every single time I'm gone, I'm not there, but I can hear you, all your whispers and your songs. I forgive you for your habits, nasty as they tend to be. I guess we all have them to a natural degree. I told you I would be leaving. I have missions to attend. I'm convinced I have to do this with your blessing as a friend. I'm on my way now, but I've got so far to go, and believe me, when I come back, I'm gonna wanna know." So they're close enough to have a conversation like this. And he calls the other person a friend. He says, "I've got to go do all of this, but I also want your blessing on this too." While at the same time saying that they talk behind their back. Like I said, a nuanced relationship here. A majority of this track is about that. But it's also about change and growth, the possibility of it, more so than the actualization of change. It asks who has changed, how much they have changed, if people can even change at all. The second verse, and this is interesting too, is that we do have a verse and chorus structure, at least within the first 6 stanzas. There is a pattern to that, though I don't ever recall hearing this pattern in the music. So it may be that the music evolves in ways that supports the lyrical structure to have this, while the musical structure is still focused on linear expansion and, interestingly, growth. The second stanza, though, says, "Tell me who's really changed here. Is it me or you? We say we respect each other. Is that forgery or truth? Somehow my person changes in your eyes and words whenever I'm not looking. It's every human being's curse." Talking about being changed when you're not around. I think that's really interesting too. We'll see in another stanza how the narrator wants to change, to be a better person tomorrow than they were today. But I think this is interesting too, because it talks about the perception of a self being changed. That other people will perceive you in different ways, even while you're away. How the image of who you are, rather than just who you are, at least to yourself, can be altered as well. The myth around you is just as malleable as your core identity. But towards the end of the track, it says, "Even after all, conflicts of interest and vision, intellects colliding on the prisons of our wary minds, dare we find a nexus where the fading time begets us in agreement." I think this is wild, because there are, I'm skipping around, by the way. There's over 100 lines on this track. But I am skipping around to the most prominent lines that I want to touch on. But there is quite a few moments in here where they talk about being kind to each other, calling each other friends, supporting each other, and wanting to help each other grow. At least all of this from the narrator's perspective. To grow alongside someone. But here, he says we find a nexus where fading time says, will we find a nexus where the fading time begets us in agreement? It says that time is not on our side. Will we ever agree on anything? And that is a wild statement to say to somebody who you have described as a friend previously in the track. It says we could be teaming up to free the needy from their demons. Does your purpose supersede yourself, or does awareness quell you as it does me on my quest for being free? Trust me to look behind you back to back if you watch mine too. I wonder if this continues to go along with the idea of, can we reach a point where we trust each other this way? It's an interesting track. It ends with a bit of hope for self-growth, though. It says, I hope I will learn, but if not, too bad. Focus on myself for the time that I have. I hope we'll outgrow our dispute one day. All my words are spent, and there's nothing left to say. We have failed, my brethren. Can we be condoned? Tell me all is lost, and I will leave you alone. And it's in this final moment, I kind of withheld this information from the start so that you could go on the same ride I did. But it's in this final moment that I think this song is not about two specific people. It is about the human race. It is about feeling that at one time we had each other's backs and we no longer do. We no longer do. The division between us is growing. An ever-increasing gulf between us. He says that we've failed, not just between a couple of people, but as a race. And he's willing to accept this failure. If the other group says that they don't want to be saved, that there's nothing to do to redeem this, the narrator will just leave it be. They feel tired at the end of this. As he says, all my words are spent. He's talked all he can. He's tried to reach across with the olive branch. He can't seem to minimize the divide. He's not giving up, but he will if it seems futile. I still don't know that I hear 100% of this in the music. I'd be curious if anybody else does. But I can kind of see the growing tension within the track, but I'm not too sure about the resolution towards the end, though I did mention the ending. It ends abruptly, and maybe that's the answer for our narrator. Tell me all is lost and I will leave you alone. And then the song just ends. There's no more trying. There's no hope for finality or resolution. It's just over. A heavy theme to kick this album off with. And there's still 10 more songs to go. I don't know what to with this album. It's just, it's not what, here's the thing. And what I think is most remarkable about this is, based off of the sounds in these first 12 minutes, it's not really what I was expecting, but I'm here for it. And I think more than before we checked out the lyrics, I'm ready for a second. I haven't even finished this one yet, and I'm already knowing that I'm going to have a second listen to this. Our next song is called Truth or Dare. Coming off of the themes of the last track, I'm expecting something equally heavy. Let's kick it. Ooh. So a bit of a somber start, but one with curiosity. the control.
Automated mass by the found a new messiah. Honestly prevails, even if I light her up in the middle of the square. Don't worry, it's my story. I'm thinking through it. I'm a liar, for every time I speak the truth, someone's gonna die in it. Compulsive liar, pens on fire, weapons daily. Lady Justice, one lazy lady. Don't mistake me for no narcoleptic with an awfully thick manifest going on target practice. Fact is, conviction is a figment of interpretation. If any jerk can make a stand, I'm sure that I can fake it. Why is it that if you speak the truth to a crew that believes in you but doesn't vibrate with you like a speaker do, you're unbelievable? Does that make a shared truth unachievable? Or does it make the lie unbeatable? Sign on the dotted line, swear on medieval books. Intermittently, I speak almost hitting me in the head in a way that you think I'm kidding me. My genetically altered bullshit intolerance saves me your biases and thus makes me a liar.
Truth is like a language with no native speakers left. It's poetry, is speechless, and it can be caught in human beings' breath. But it's our only way to live until the day of our death. It's truth.
I damn it, I dare you to remember when you enter as the placenta, God's afterbirth. Curse to be runners up and it hurts bad, don't it? Double dare devilish, takes facts at face value. I don't face facts ever, things will never appear to be anything like I imagine that living might be like I see at night like a daylight. Don't play like you stand up when you ain't right, I dare you. Money will fuck black and they white, I dare you. Get with that bitch, put the ring on the finger and carry her home. As we behold the most daring adventures and thickening plots as they unfold and happen to any man, woman, and soul that know truth is silver, but daring is gold.
Truth is like a language with no native speakers left. It's poetry, is speechless, and it can be caught in human beings' breath. But it's our only way to live until the day of our death. Are you aware? You gotta live life to live it up there. Better never jab back, track back, it's a remedy for that fear now. 'Cause it's the only way to start things and to end it really good. It's truth or dare. Truth or dare.
Okay, this is fun. All right, so is this the same lead vocalist from the last track? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it. What it does sound like, though, is a solid but not perfect impersonation. And I'm not saying that the vocalist is purposefully impersonating this other person, but it reminds me of Daveed Diggs. And Daveed Diggs has done musical theater. That is hip hop, classical, musical. Hamilton was, kind of a small deal a few years ago. And this reminds me a lot of that, not just with the vocal work, but also the musical side of things. There are passages in here that if you told me they were things that wound up on the cutting room floor that Lin-Manuel Miranda just couldn't quite fit into the play and ended up having to leave out, I would believe it. Not this entire song. I think there's, I'd say 60% of this feels rather unique to Kyteman Orchestra. But another 40%, these very specific passages, I feel would have been right at home in the musical language of Hamilton. So now I have more questions because in retrospect, while I was away, okay, I can kind of see some of the hip hop influence on that. But this is clear. There is no way you can misunderstand this. This is classical hip hop right here. And actually, I think hip hop musical theater is a really good combination for this as far as genre goes. but it does many of the same things that you can hear in Hamilton too. And it's what I was talking about in the previous track as well, this combination of keeping things palatable and digestible without losing any sort of depth. We still have theme and variation on here. We have two main atmospheres, an A and a B section, probably going to be listed as a verse and a chorus when we get into the lyrics. We have something that's a bit less dense, less layered, less excitable, and then we have a second section that is more energetic and larger and denser. But we still have ornamentation. We still have strong theming and variations on those themes. We still have counterpoint in here. It is, I will say, less complex than track 2, and I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that this is much less of a slow burn. In fact, not a slow burn at all. This is more of an A-B, A-B, and being finished with it. Whereas track 2 definitely sits in that post-rock, slow burn, explorer section, more minimalistic style of writing. But I can hear some of those similarities, and now it just makes me even more interested in the rest of the album. Is it going to be fun like this? We have quite a few 3 and 4 minute tracks on here. Are those going to be more hip-hop oriented, whereas the 5, 6, and 7 minute songs are going to be more classically oriented? I don't know, but I enjoyed this, though I do miss a little bit of the expanded writing that we saw on track 2. Like I'd mentioned, this one has nuance, it has complexities, but it's still rather straightforward. I don't think there was too much that was different between the 2 verses or the 2 choruses. They had some small variations to them. We continued to expand on this idea of taking a core idea and then growing it that we saw in track 2, but on a just much smaller scale here. The low, or I should say short runtime, and the less amount of ideas in general on this track just don't really have a lot of room left for that large scale expansion and exploration that we saw in track 2, but I think it still carries the heart of what this project has been doing from the start. I love the brass on this though. The strings sound great, and emotionally, harmonically, once again, we see something that's a bit more exploratory. Even from the start, I had talked about hearing at least 3 emotions within the first 30 seconds. This is whoever's composing here. I'm going to assume Kyteman, since it is the Kyteman Orchestra. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm going to have to look that up when I get some context on this. But whoever's composing still has a strong sense of identity for the project, and it is still focused around strong emotional resonance and not just singularities. It's not just like we have a sad song, we have a happy song. It's about the complexities of human emotion and the full range that we will feel even in single moments, and I'm really enjoying that part of it. I don't have a lot to dig into though. Unlike the last analysis segment, this one's going to be rather short. Let's dive into some lyrics. Here we have a song about living in a post-truth life. I actually had to check the date of this. It's still 2012. That's when this came out. That feels wild. As usual, we get into songs like this, and it's wild that songs that were applicable decades ago, although granted this is only 1 decade, but still, they still fit today. The first verse I really like says, compulsive liar, liar, pants on fire, fire weapons daily. Taking the old liar, liar, pants on fire, but spinning it, saying that pants are on fire. These people also fire weapons daily. Says Lady Justice is one lazy lady. That justice doesn't catch up to the people who need to be brought under. It says, fact is, conviction is a figment of interpretation. If any jerk can make a stand, I'm sure that I can fake it. Why is it that if you speak the truth to a crew that believes in you but doesn't vibrate with you like a speaker do, you're unbelievable? Does that make a shared truth unachievable, or does it make the lie unbeatable? So he basically says that who you are and your relationship to the people that you're speaking to alters how factual your speech is interpreted as. It says you can speak the truth all you want, but if you don't vibrate with who's listening to you, if you're not on the same wavelength as them, it makes you unbelievable. Simply because of who you are. It's not about what you say. Truth and fact don't mean anything anymore. It's simply about who you are. He says we can sign on dotted lines and swear on medieval books, but intermittently I speak on what's hitting me in the head in a way that you think I'm kidding thee. I like how he rhymes intermittently with kidding thee. The very nice soft rhyme there. But yeah, he says that I speak truth to what's happening right now, not about hypotheticals, about things that are literally hitting me in the head right now, but I say it in a way that you think I'm playing. I'm joking around. He says that his genetically altered intolerance saves other people's biases and thus makes me a liar. It says all because of what I'm talking about, how I'm deciding to say it, who I am in relationship to you makes my facts less true. At least in your perception. An entire stanza to say that we are past the realms of truth. It doesn't matter if you have facts to back up what you say. It only matters who you are. Depending on your affiliation, your relationships to people you're talking to or people you're talking about, a simple opinion that you might have, everything you just said or are about to say can immediately be written off, regardless of how truthful it is, because of an opinion you might hold. Says truth is like a language with no native speakers left. Its poetry is speechless and it can't be caught in human beings' breath, but it's our only way to live until the day of our death. It says you gotta speak truth. That's the only thing we have. Even though it's a dying language, you gotta stick to your guns. That's what this track is about. Now, once again, I don't think I have too strong of a relationship between the musical themes and the lyrical ones, but I do enjoy the music, and I am enjoying the lyrics. The next track seems pretty appropriate as well. It's called Angry at the World. Let's dive in. Once again, working around tension building. The building of tension on these rises is so good. Iterative, sure, but quite effective. once again focusing on a single idea. We have this marching snare idea in the background. This section being much like the last, but with the tuba on it now. The brass in general, actually. Vocal melodies remind me of Family Crest. Like if Family Crest had a full orchestra rather than their little punk folks setup. A synthesizer.
Used to maneuver, but now I'm stuck. This load of waste keeps piling up. What the I am done with the state of Bryan, fucking up the climate, giving each other assignments, blind, scribbling lies on the net, following guidance. Yes, you're right, it's this, that's so intelligent. It's hiding timeless. You can hide behind and see how many forgot already that the light break getting is highly finite. I might have silence, that's fire, that's violence. Excuse from a leader. What's the demeanor of me when I speak to the road? And illegal affairs for the poor. Let's get rid of all the weak and eternally sick. And why not the health and fit? Here's the needle, there's the poison. Where's your heart? Make it quick.
Bringing us back to the intro. The layered vocals there though? And we finally see a merging of the two sides. This one has a little bit more in the ways of track two's more classical exploration, but also brings in a very clear hip hop section in the middle of the track and pulls it all together at the end with one as well. But what I find interesting about this is that we are even throwing in another genre. this reminds me of, as I mentioned, the family crest, something that sits in the indie rock, folk rock area of music. But I think even beyond just the comparison, I would have come to that conclusion anyways. The chordal movements and the third different vocal delivery that we have on this, it all pushes in that direction anyways. We also have a snare heavy track here. Granted, we have a lot of the marching snare stuff throughout the entire thing. That's the heartbeat of this song. Every track, for the most part, has had that one thing that's been persistent through the entirety, the foundation for the song. This is it for this one. But the drums also expand into a fun little syncopated dum da 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 dum da 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 dum, and that's like just snare at the beginning, but we push into expanding that even as we get closer to the end, and we begin divvying that up between toms, snares, and the bass kick to create something that feels infectiously driven. The marching is, yeah, there's momentum to that. There is a sort of movement, but to me it lacks intensity. It is a metric to keep in time too. It implies the visuals of marching, which is walking, it is movement, but it doesn't feel engaging. It feels like a metronome, something to lock into rather than something to push you. But as the drums expand, we keep that rhythm, but expand the kit. That's when it really starts to feel like it's not just something to lock into, but something that is pulling us through the song. So I really like that expansion there. And that ends up feeling very rocky to me once we get into that point towards the end of the track. Another thing is in the peak, the climax of this, the final minute or so of the track, I had mentioned the vocal harmonies. We do have our lead vocalist coming in with some rap adjacent delivery, but we also have some background stuff too. There's harmonies going on there, but there's also something akin to the rock gang vocal, where a bunch of people are singing a line together, not necessarily aiming for a specific pitch, but focusing more on rhythm and possibly even texture. And one of the textures present feels like a false chord scream, something with a little bit of extra compression and grit on it. So we have classical, we have hip hop, we have folk, and we have rock. We're 4 tracks into this album, and they just continue to show how diverse they can be with their writing, while still seemingly keeping it all within this orchestra. As far as the palette goes, it's not like we introduced electric guitars or anything in this track. So I find that to be really impressive. And I'm enjoying the album, especially for that novelty of this first time listening and not really knowing what's around the corner. Our next track is over 7 minutes. What are we going to explore there? What kind of genres, what kind of sounds, what kind of emotions? On the topic of emotion, we already talked about momentum for this track. But it's another one that feels diverse. Of course, there is aggression. We felt that towards the end with the more projected vocal delivery. The gang vocals were in there too. The drums, they're aggressive. We have marching drums from the beginning to almost the end. It's going to be a more aggressive sounding feel. But there's also sorrow tucked in here too. I don't really hear too much of the positive on this one. Most of these tracks have tried to keep a measured response. As I've mentioned before, talking about emotion, there's a lot of nuance to it. Sometimes there's a little bit of sorrow, but that's also sometimes paired with triumph or anger or all sorts of things. It never really feels like this is the sad part of the song. And the same is true here. While there is a general aggression to this track, there also, at least to me, feels like lament. There's grief, there's sorrow, anger at the world, sure, but maybe also sadness, or possibly even at moments regret. Maybe things could have been better, could have turned out a different way. Not just angry at the state of things, but sorrowful for a world that could have been and never got a chance to be. Otherwise, this track carries on with a lot of the same thing I've been talking about here. Central idea, expansion of that idea, general growth throughout, and theme and variation, which continues to be an important part of how these songs develop. There is one big thing that changes on this one, though, and it's the hip-hop center piece. I guess that kind of works. We build into it, and then we also build out of it. It sort of is, but it's also the center of the song. It happens exactly in the middle. And we take a song that has more classical elements in the intro and the outro, and we abandon them a little bit. Still, we have the the orchestra playing. We've just moved away from classical devices during this hip-hop centric middle point. And I thought this was very cool because we kind of saw a little bit of this on Truth or Dare with the very clear first chorus idea. But this song also focuses heavily on what we saw in tracks 1 and 2 with the slow burn growth. And much like I had mentioned, this kind of pairs together and finds a midpoint between the classical and the hip hop side of things. It also finds a midpoint between the slow burn and the clear pendulum swinging of an ABA style writing. So we have an ABA here, but it also works like a bell curve. It isn't just rapid switching. We rise into the B and then we kind of descend out of it. And the A allows us to ascend into the finale, sticking with that A sound and adapting it a little bit. And that's where the expanded percussion part comes in. That's where the expanded vocals come in. Instead of switching to a B section entirely, we do a variation on the A itself. And it's just, the pacing on it is wonderful. The emotive writing, the roller coaster ride that we go on through this track. Everything about this feels, again, I'm going to use this phrase, palatable, but also nuanced. It's digestible, but complex, but it's also, what's the phrase I want here? It's intentional. Every single moment, every note, every rest, every dynamic change feels purposeful. It was put there for a reason. I find this incredibly impressive. It definitely flips a lot of switches for me, and I'm quite enjoying myself. Let's hit some lyrics for this. It's interesting to look at this lyrics, I guess the narrator's perspective. I don't know if I'd say shifts over time, but certainly devolve. The first set of stanzas are about seeing failures every day in life, not failures of people, but failures of systems. It says, I've seen a million dogs waiting for their day, but with every move we make, we lose our way. We tend to stray from the meanings of our words and a sense of what to say. Why have we turned a sacred world into our own? It's no wonder in the end we are left alone to deal with all we created in a way that we strip it to the bone just to call it home. He says we're born to this planet and it has everything we need, and yet we decide to destroy it. Instead, he says that we have the ability to help people rise up, and we don't. we create a world of misery because we can. There is a second vocal line that exists throughout this. It was repeated at the beginning of the song in isolation, and it exists underneath a lot of the verse work in this, both the first and the second verse. It says, I've seen it all, and I've had it all, and we've known it all, but we've always been bound to fall. And I think a lot of this track is about that, of the human species having moments of excellence, but that ultimately it's always been destined to crash and fail. Our own hubris will be our undoing. The chorus states, this is what we made of it, and I'm ashamed of this, and all that's left to say is that I'm angry at the world. So that's the sorrow, that's the lament that I pick up in parts of this. The rest of the track focuses on negativity. It says, I stand beside you to watch the world decay. The only difference is that I refuse to pray and cause the delay. I really want to let it burn into darker shades of gray. Then we have the hip hop part in the middle as we push further into more of a static groove rather than a textured atmosphere. And he says, I'm done with this planet of primates fucking up the climate, giving each other assignments, blindly scribbling lines on a map, following guidance. Yes, your highness, this not so intelligent design ain't timeless. You can't hide behind this. Basically says that this entire thing that we've been doing as humans, calling the entire human race just primates, says that we are just destroying everything by telling everyone what to do. We just scribble lines on a map. This is about drawing territories and regions. It is one planet. Now, I understand it's a bit of a logistical nightmare just to say anyone can go anywhere they want, especially as we've created all of these systems of division. But those are just illusions that we've created. He says people just follow guidance and say, yes, your highness. They're not thinking about what they're doing. They're just doing it. They're following the orders they're given. He says that this design we have isn't intelligent and it isn't timeless, and you can't hide behind it. We're destroying things, and there's no way to make that sound like a good thing. He says, watch the demeanor of people that seek to corrupt any legal defense for the poor. Let's get rid of the weak and the terminally sick, and why not the healthy and the fit? Here's the needle, there's the poison, where's your heart? Make it quick. He says, you know, a lot of people start at the poor, at the most vulnerable of a society, but they never stop there. Says then you get to the weak and the sick, and why not the healthy and the fit? The human race is about destruction. We're so good at it. He says, why even put up any facade of only wanting to target specific groups? We know in the end, as a race, we're going to annihilate everyone. Let's just do it. We come back to the more orchestral orientation and the more classical writing. And while the music has shifted back, the narrator's perspective hasn't. He says, I found relief in not knowing where to go, so I climbed up this mountain and behold the most magnificent power of our nature where everything is whole right after it goes. It says, I look upon earth and it's gorgeous. However, I've lost the elementary methods of control. I look for thrills and the rest of me is cold. Although my fate is unthinkable, I will keep ignoring what I'm told. I'm just angry at the world. I can't be purged of the nasty thoughts I have. They make me see your pain and I can't help but laugh. And since the world has been planting them, I'm not accountable for that. I'm running out of normal things to do since you never pay attention to my moves, which is cool, come to think of it. Honestly, nor do I to you. I know I'm destroying us, but I've lost the joy in us. All that's left to say is I'm angry at the world. Angry eyes that plead me to cease as I repeatedly beat them. I need another way to reason, but I'm tantalized by the congregation of torsos or whatever they used to be. Kill them all, I say today. He talks about battling these negative thoughts and how it's so easy to give into them, to become the monsters not so different than the powers he is angry against. The final sentence, a short one, all the verbosity erased for a simple statement. It's our fate. Embrace it. I'm curious how much the lyrics, well, see, here's the thing too, if this is musical theater, is this a character? Or are these the thoughts of the lyricist? Or is it a little bit of both? Regardless, I find it really interesting that up until this point, it has been an album that is nuanced, at least. There is pain, there is anger, there's sadness, but there's also a want to make things better. And here we have shifted to a just burn it all down perspective. And I wonder how much of that misanthropic element is simply darker thoughts. How much easier it would be just to give up, lose the empathy. Just be what the world wants you to be and stop fighting it. Or how much of it is actually what is thoughts and the perspective of the lyricist. It's an interesting turn from the previous themes on this album. One that I can understand. There's a lot of frustration in here. I wonder if this isn't then just art, a moment to dive into those darker sides, as art is really great at doing, exploring the darker thoughts and sides of humanity. We still have quite a few tracks ahead of us, though, and it's quite possible we'll be able to see more of these nuanced takes on the lyricist or this character or whatever we're following along. The general themes of the album, I think, is a way we can word that. The next track, then, is called Long Lost Friend. Let's dive in. That little jazzy twist there. So here's another genre we can toss on the genre stack of this album.
Long lost friend of mine, discovered
The tense,
your number back.
the tense note interval into the microtonal rise up.
It's impossible to be there all the time. So counting on you wouldn't feel justified. You know you let me down one too many times, but I don't blame you for what we left behind. See, I'm looking for the answers in my own mind. Maybe something is missing in me. It ain't love I lack, I can love you back. But when I think of how you've escaped, I can see how you've been losing track from all this traveling from here to there. Long,
I'm digging the ethereal touches on this. It's smoky, it's hazy. It's almost, I mean, the piano and the trumpet bring in a nice physicality to it, but there's so many textures on the outside that feel, I don't know, intangible. Like if you reach out to touch them, they'll just dissolve. Very light vocal work on the sides is a nice addition to the trumpet lead.
no disrespect to memories that we reflect. Yes, we
Synth work over here.
were good friends, but that ship has sailed again. Didn't work this time around. That don't mean that we failed. If it's love that's prevailed, there's no way to jeopardize history we made for so long. I carried it around while you were gone. Can you remember where we saw nothing wrong? We
You have an upright bass on this too. Might just be a plucked cello. Still, it sounds appropriate for the sound they're crafting. Ah, dude, beautiful transition there. The intensity rising on the outside just to dissipate. The staccato vocal work on the side suit, it sounds, I know I said this last time, but it sounds so good. Great pacing on this track too, just shifting between highs and lows. Once again, fairly linear while still retaining a general similar blueprints or bones to the foundation. Dude, I'm loving these trumpet ideas over here. The slow simmer here after reaching our peak of just being. Okay, dude. It's like a residual tone there. I'm not even really like when I paused it, I kind of heard something was missing, but I don't know what it was. Just something was hovering there. I was watching the volume and I was like, dude, 9 seconds of silence, but no, the volume was there, like 40%. Interesting. Just kind of holding this tone out there. Favorite track on the album so far? We're almost halfway through, so there's still a lot left, but I mean, dude, that was so good. The pacing of it is perfect. As soon as I'm starting to get a little tired of one idea, which honestly, I'm going to say I wasn't really tired of much of it, just because so much of it is just silky. Like, I think if this track maybe was padded out a bit more, I might have gotten tired of some of these segments, but honestly, every moment here just felt so right. The lower energy sections are just silky. You could just melt into the isolation, the vulnerability of it. It's bluesy, but it's loungy. And despite all of the sounds going on around it, so much of it is based around vocals and piano. And like I was mentioning, a lot of these sections here also feature this lack of physicality. There's so much of it that just isn't tangible. It's there like a smoky haze. You can see it, but you can't feel it. It's like when you actually get up close to it, it's gone. Like being in fog. You can see the fog ahead of you, but when you walk into it, you don't really see it anymore. You see the fog around you still, but in your vicinity, it's now kind of clear. That's what a lot of the musical sounds feel like, little auditory wisps, if you will. And it's so well done. Every little ornamental idea just peppered in there. The textures, the digital side of things, the electronic, the synthesizer work, all of that, the little touches in the production are phenomenal. It all adds to the ephemeral element of these moments. And I find it really interesting how present the trumpet, the piano, and the vocals are in these moments. And honestly, the trumpet tries to be as ethereal as it can. It could probably have a little bit more airiness in it. But I mean, just like the piano, it's part of its timbre is to have that bright physicality to it. So the trumpet can really only get away with so much. The vocals, though, even they kind of push into a more airy delivery here, something a little less physical. And I love the way that contrasts with the other parts of this song, where we bring in the physical, we bring in something very grounded, very rooted. Instruments are louder, they're more present, but we also have more of them. And I'd say emotionally, the songs become denser too, where originally we have a general bluesiness. It is rather downtrodden, more sorrowful. There brings in something something that sits in your gut a little bit more, a pit in your stomach, maybe remorse, maybe regret. Something that ties alongside the sorrow of the lower energy moments, but I don't know. It doesn't hit in the heart. It hits in the pits of your stomach. Just something that I don't know, it amplifies it while being a different emotion altogether. But it's also the weight too. Often these sections are crescendoed into a rising of volume, and it feels like a wave crashing over, maybe even guilt. A wave of sound crashing over and feeling it, as ethereal and non-corporeal as a lot of the A section is, almost a feeling of emptiness. This is physical. This has impact. This has weight, and it just pushes down upon you. And the drums really come in these moments too. And we get this solid, was it 2 and 4 or was it every 2? Anyways, it is a backbeat emphasis here, and it comes in with a loud hit. Not necessarily loud in the mix, but it is incredibly present. It is a crack, something we don't really get from any of the other instruments. It isn't a thud like you would get with a tom or with hand drums. It is the crack of a snare. And it just cuts. It hits in a way that none of the other instruments do. Even though we are focusing on physicality here, nothing cuts through everything like that snare does. It feels sharp. And for all of the sorrow that the bluesier side brings in, this is really what I'm talking about with this extra emotion. It's not just sadness. It's something palpable. It's something heavy. It's something that weighs down on you. This is why I'm thinking something more along the lines of regret or something like that. And just the push and pull between these two, it's so good. And the thing is, too, is yes, we do have this bouncing back and forth of the A and B. This lines up a little bit more with track 3's writing. And it is cool how we continue to see both a division. Well, actually, this also has building up too. So we're continuing to see the merging of these two worlds, the slow burn ideas, which we do see here. We have A and then B, and then a variation on A, and then a variation on B, and then another variation on A. Well, we're also seeing this gradual growth too, starting out pretty empty. And when we return back to the verse and our second verse, it does feel emptier and more ethereal than the chorus did, but it is less empty, less ethereal than the first verse. So we do have this gradual growth and escalation across the track. There's our slow burn, but we have this very clear verse chorus setup too. And of course, the slow burn brings with it variations on themes. All of our verses sound similar. They have the same bones to them, the same basic makeup, but what goes into ornamenting them, on expanding them, how we explore the emotional side, but also the layers and the ornamentation and the rhythmic devices, that's going to change. Every verse is going to bring something unique with it. It gives us this cyclicality, the pendulum swinging of the A to the B section, while also giving us a linear growth through this track. It doesn't necessarily feel like a pop track that bounces very clearly between two core ideas. This is something that feels like a journey. And this is just more of that nuance, bringing together a lot of things and melding them together perfectly. Absolutely wonderful. And I think it's spectacular to hear this track. I think this is where things are really starting to solidify for me, that I can hear the general makeup. I can hear how these songs are developed. I can hear the general foundation of how the composer goes about writing this stuff. But it's also the fifth different genre in just as many tracks too, and that is bonkers. And as much as I love classical too, I also played jazz trumpet for 4 or 5 years. I love jazz. I love improvising. I'm a big fan of swing and blues is something that we've played, or actually I played, I guess I should say, a lot within my jazz groups. We did a lot of big band stuff, a lot of swing. We did jazz rock, a little bit of that fusion stuff in there. But blues was always something that was, we didn't have blues class, so it was introduced to me as a type of jazz, even though I guess the inverse is technically true. But I mean, I loved playing blues stuff, man. Blues trumpet is beautiful. And you can listen to it in here. I think the trumpet is a very, I mean, a lot of instruments are emotive, but the trumpet to me just comes off as a very emotive instrument. It can be blasting and powerful, or it could be subtle in a moment like this, but it also carries pain in a way that I just don't hear in other instruments. A saxophone does it really well, but even within the brass family, I don't think the French horn carries pain the same way that a trumpet can. I'd love to be proven wrong. French horn just to me comes off as very majestic. It is versatile, but I don't think as versatile as a trumpet can be. Like I said though, if y'all, especially French horn players, y'all want to send me something, there's like some bluesy, vulnerable French horn playing, I gotta hear that. Never heard it in my life. I can kind of hear it in my head, but not really, to be honest. And the trumpet in this song does a phenomenal job of carrying a lot of support for what the vocalist is doing, because the vocalist is doing a killer job at bringing this pain, this sorrow, this whatever this extra piece is to the puzzle, to the song, and allowing that to be at the forefront. But the trumpet does so much to support that and to add that second layer. And I love the ways that they converse. The trumpet throughout most of this is ornamental. It does have melodic ideas, but it never really takes that lead melody role. But it does get playful against what the vocals are doing. And I love the way they work together to really sell the emotion of this track. It's gorgeous. It's right up my alley. It's kind of loungy, kind of bluesy. It is incredibly effective, and the weight that it is able to carry in its peaks. Dang, dude, the contrast hits, the writing itself hits, and then to end the song on such a somber moment. So quiet, so empty, so alone, and then just a single tone, I'm assuming, because I still heard nothing within those final 15 seconds. Just the emptiness of that. I felt every moment of this track, and I know that when I engage with this next in a less analytical light, just, chilling in a chair, have the music going, I'm going to be waterworks, dude. I really am. There's so many powerful moments between those two lead instruments on this. It's going to hit me hard when I'm not engaging my brain more than my heart, Let's check out some lyrics. And here we have a track that it's pretty much what it says on the tin. It's a message or a letter to a long lost friend, one filled with sorrow and regret, as I picked up from the song. The first stanza, I think, pretty much lays the entire song out. It says, long lost friend of mine, you discovered I'm doing fine and I'd like your number back, but I know for a fact it's impossible to be there all the time, so counting on you wouldn't feel justified. It talks about how they've separated. They've gone their own ways. They were friends at one point, and the narrator would like to reconnect, but they know it's not going to be like it was. They're not going to be as tight as they used to be. He says, I would like to be there for you all the time like we were, but it's not the reality. Our lives are different now, and I just don't have that much room left in my life to add someone else, even if they are an old friend. And says, I wouldn't feel justified asking you to be someone I could count on if I know I can't be someone you could count on. basically an acknowledgement that the past is the past. There's no way to bring that back. Not because of ill will, simply because the two paths have deviated and they're just not going to connect at this point in time. It says, you know you let me down one too many times, but I don't blame you for what we left behind. See, I'm looking for the answers in my own mind. Maybe something is missing in me. It ain't a lack of love. I could love you back, but when I think of how you've escaped, I can see how you've been losing track. With all this traveling from here to there, long lost friend. It says, I know I'm missing something. It's not love, but I do miss something. Maybe it's just the camaraderie of the past. Maybe it's having someone who always had my back. Maybe that's what I'm missing. But there is a little bit of contempt here, maybe, or even disappointment. It really depends on what they mean when they say, I think of how you escaped. That sounds like a positive, but maybe a little bit of being upset that they didn't come back to help the narrator escape. But he says, I can see how you've been losing track, which makes it feel like maybe he views the other person as behind him, that he would have to help him up now. I don't know. It's mixed. It's definitely a bit convoluted and messy, and honestly, looking at the emotional complexity of these tracks, messy lyrical themes should be expected and honestly wanted. As easy as it is to dive into a song that is fixated on one specific idea, you hurt me and I want you out of my life, or something like that. I love you so much, life's going to be great. You know, very simple, straightforward ideas. Life is complicated, and I love when art imitates that. The chorus says, I wish we could jump into a time machine and unwaste the precious minutes of our lives. Spend them sharing our forces constructively. There's definitely regret here in the chorus. Maybe life could have been better if we hadn't have split, if we had used our collective powers for a specific goal, but instead we separated, and maybe we did try to do the same thing, but without the support of the other. Most of this track follows along with these ideas. The beginning of the second verse kicks off in a very familiar manner, says, no disregard and no disrespect to the moments that we reflect. We once were good friends, but that ship has sailed. It didn't work this time around, but that doesn't mean we failed. Again, I miss those times. Obviously, it didn't work out for reasons, but I don't hate that we spent that time together, that we were friends. There's no disrespect here. There's no animosity. There does seem to be some negativity, though. But I do like how generally this tries to be more mature about it. It does end, though, with a repeated stanza, the only stanza that's repeated in the entire song. Says, are we okay? Or are we unspoken enemies? Please don't come here to judge me and drain my energy. While the thought of you makes me smile, all the same, it can break me down. I'm just telling you what's on my mind, long lost friend of mine. And I like that. There's uncertainty. There's doubt here. What even are we at this point? In the past, I knew exactly where we were at. Granted, we let each other down. Things weren't perfect, as humans are fallible. But the narrator doesn't know what's up right now. And that line, please don't come here to judge me, makes me wonder if the narrator has been judged by this person before. Maybe even if they are both artists, feeling that a work of art has been directed towards them. Assuming, again, that all of this is from the perspective of the lyricist and not anything within some sort of concept for this album. There's also the pain here, though. The thought of you makes me smile, but it also breaks me down. It's the bittersweet elements of the past. But the final line is, I'm just telling you what's on my mind. And in order for this to be on their mind, they must be thinking of this person. You really only think about people like this years down the road if they've had an impact on you. And I think that just elevates the bittersweetness of it. It's what really drives the bluesiness home. It's the human part to this. And I really enjoy the nuance that's explored in these final lines. Coming up on the halfway point here, the next track is called Preaching to the Choir. Let's dive in. All right, time is a bit bendy here. We do have that slowing down, but I don't think that has to do with the tempo.
Fiction contributes to our illusions. See a virus form a barricade.
Very powerful vocals here.
Mere descriptions, tens of possibilities. Time has come to excommunicate. Immature expressions of a hypocrite. When you're preaching to the choir, imperfection becomes justifiable. When you're preaching
So we're looking at 9-beat phrases. This is supposed to be a serious track, but this this almost free jazz style of drum work on this very traditional choir play. It's so ridiculous that the schism between these two worlds is so vast. I'm sure it's just the novelty of hearing it for the first time, but it is ridiculous. No, no, I. This is a track I'm gonna need to know the authorial intent of who composes. Well, okay, there might be multiple composers in this project. Who composed this track? And why did they make these choices? What was their intent? What did they want to get across? The reason I bring this up is because 5 tracks in, 5 tracks down, every single one of them was incredibly evocative, and doing a fantastic job of merging more mainstream modern styles with that classical idea, both in the instrumental palette, but also in compositional choices, the ideas of theme and variation, more nuanced writing, the layering techniques used. A lot of this uses classical as a foundation, then builds off of that with modern genres. This doesn't. This uses what sounds to me, I've been in a couple of Catholic sermons, Catholic choir singing, paired with avant-garde free jazz drumming. And that's really all of it. There's a couple of ornamental ideas. There's some bells in here, both standing bells and maybe some sort of xylophone too. Very metallic, tingy things going on though. But the majority of this is the slow burn being more and more voices in the choir growing while the drums become louder and more dense in their patterns. Not even patterns. I'm going to call it drum composition. This is linear melodic writing for the drum part. That's the entirety of this song. There is a genre mashing here, but it isn't fluid. It doesn't mesh well. As progressive as some of these genre mashups have been, this is the first time I've used the term avant-garde, which tends to express an outsideness to the norm. A lot of the times when I'm looking at these tracks, I see a Venn diagram of the genres present, and I can see what's in the overlap, and that's typically what's focused on. That's how good genre mashups happen. You figure out where two genres excel simultaneously, what they're both doing within their own realms that you can build off of with the other. Usually because they're both working within that same environment, and then you can find the elements that they do really strongly, uniquely, and find out how to work that into this combined sound that you're doing. This doesn't do that. I don't hear anything. The thing with these Catholic choir ideas is rigidity, power, reverence, awe. The drums are not adding to any of that in any way. They're esoteric, they're destructive, not destructive, they're disorienting. There's another D word I was trying to land on. They take the rigidity and the singularity that the choir has and pushes against that so hard. You can't really get more counter to what the foundation of this track is trying to be. There is no overlap here in trying to make these ideas work smoothly. Now, before y'all start typing and tell me how I'm an idiot, I do understand that this album has been fairly nuanced in the way that it pairs the musical themes with the lyrical ones. The lyrics have been they've been an integral part to my understanding of the album. It's quite possible that this is done for artistic or thematic purposes. Maybe the friction between these two ideas is the point. It's just such a stark weird veering off into the distance. This album, I thought I had a pretty strong grasp on because it's been pretty consistent despite its variability, despite it exploring so many different ideas. All 5 tracks feel like they fit together, and this one doesn't. This moves into the realm of experimentation. On the one hand, I initially wanted to write it off as a failed experiment. Not necessarily something amateurish, but one that just didn't quite pan out. Maybe a solid idea, just not a great execution. Although the idea here, I see no overlap. I don't know how you would make these work together in a palatable way. Regardless, it's an idea that just didn't come together at the end. I was going to write it off as that. And there's still a part of me that wants to. But it's possible when we read the lyrics, it's going to come together somehow. I don't see it happening. The title doesn't tell me that, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt given how strong this album has been up to this point. Now, the friction between these two styles isn't the only oddity going on in here. There's also the phrasing. I never quite figured it out. Sometimes it felt like we were working with groups of 7. At one point I counted, and for 2 sets in a row, very clearly 9. But sometimes it's not 9. Sometimes it feels like there's an extension, and I can't always get the gist of that. It doesn't cleanly go to a 12, but sometimes when I count to 11, we do get halfway to that 12. So are we occasionally in 23/16? I don't know. That's a wild time signature, and it isn't something that I found consistent either. Sometimes we would have this weird place where it just feels a bit longer than what I've counted in other times. We also have the wild temporal element. At the very beginning of the song, it felt like it was slowing down at the end of the vocal line, and I had mentioned that I was assuming that it didn't line up with the tempo. That being that just because it feels like it's slowing down doesn't mean it technically is. You might just be playing a different speed of notes. If my 8th notes are dut 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 dut, that has a nice pace to it. If I cut that in half and go to quarter notes, dut 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 dut, feels like we've slowed down, but the tempo hasn't changed at all. And when you subdivide into less even ideas, subdivisions into triplets or dotted quarter notes, or even just an irregular type where you don't necessarily have a clean division, maybe you're slowing down gradually every time that you play a note, and there's just more rests between each hit. The tempo hasn't changed. I tried to conduct it without a tempo change, and one time it lined up, one time I was behind, and the other time I was ahead. That's when I made the comment that time is kind of wonky in this song. It seems to be more controlled by the vocalist. And when you have a solo instrument, it's very easy to manipulate time all you want. You don't have to line up with anybody else. But as we got further into the track with more and more layers, I realized I couldn't keep track of what was happening. I do think that there is a variability to the phrasing here, and there's probably some larger pattern I'm just not picking up this time through, but it seems as if every single time we get through a passage, a single sentence from the vocals is how I'm breaking this up. Every sentence seems to be a different length, both in the time it takes to end the sentence because that last syllable gets held out, but then also the space between sentences, the amount of time that nobody's singing or playing anything, except sometimes the drums will play through this emptiness. That length also varies. It turned into a track that I felt like I was in a mirror maze. Every time I felt like I got a grasp on my surroundings, I was told I didn't. No matter what I did, every single time I made an assumption about where I was in the song, I was wrong about it. So not only do we have this difficult to follow melodic drumming alongside this very rigid chordal or choir work, but we also have a time signature and general phrasing that seem to push against any sense of understanding. Like I said, there's probably some larger pattern. I just couldn't get that sort of bird's eye view since I very rarely understood what we were doing in the first place. It is a song that ends up being incredibly frictional on many levels, aside from harmony, which tends to be rather, well, Baroque style classical, which is what a lot of the older religious songs were based around. In fact, a lot of Baroque tracks were written for the church. So, well, I should say originally were written for the church. They're kind of devoid of that context these days. But we don't really have too much harmonic instability, but rhythmic instability, textural instability. I mean, those are both quite on display here, and it just creates a song that is on multiple levels frictional, antagonistic, difficult to listen to. If it was just the drums and the choir, yeah, that seems like a mistake. But two, now I'm starting to see a pattern. Now it probably means something. Even if the lyrics do something interesting, I still think this is going to be, for me, the weakest track on the album. But let's dive into that, see if the lyrics can't change my mind. All right. Now, the phrase preaching to the crier is about telling things to people who are already on your side, who already know what you're talking about. It kind of speaks to a purposeless effort. You're trying to convince something of someone, or trying to convince someone of something that they're already convinced of. It brings up the imagery of a priest not looking out at the people, but facing the choir who are already here, possibly have already been through a couple of sermons today themselves, as maybe they're the same choir for all of these sessions. They already know the story. They're here because they believe in this. They're part of the entire presentation. They're not necessarily the ones who need to be given this type of guidance and information. Through that lens, I believe this song explores the growing division and expansion of echo chambers in popular, what do we call it? Popular culture. And it talks about how all of this destroys any hope of humanity coming together to grow and change and evolve, that it just creates division and strife. It allows people to have the most baseline, maybe even uneducated take on something, but because of something we saw in Truth or Dare, because they're on our side, as baseless or banal as their opinion may be, I align with it, so it must be right. And then that just emboldens them to continue to say this thing. That echo chambers typically creates the most basic and maybe even a wrong understanding and perspective of a topic. As long as you never speak to someone who isn't on your side, you never get challenged. You never get to grow. This is going to create feedback loops on both sides of any sort of debate, and it's just going to be self-destructive. The first stanza states, "Fiction contributes to all illusions. See your Bibles form a barricade. Hear descriptions dense of martyr militants. Time has come to excommunicate." And I like this idea of creating dividing lines. And then once you've separated that out, now it's time to kick people out of your side. It's time to excommunicate anyone who deviates a little bit from your side's rhetoric or opinion must obviously be on the other side. If you're not with us, you're against us. It's really interesting to see these words playing out in 2012. Now, obviously, that's because they're, even at the time, they had meaning, but this is a tale as old as time, too. In-groups and out-groups always lead to people in the in-groups, or I guess the in-group itself, whittling itself down as it attacks itself. This is the feedback loop I was talking about. This is the self-destructive component of echo chambers. It says, when you're preaching to the choir, immature expressions of a hypocrite and imperfections become justifiable. Again, it's about the reduction of information, about taking things to the most base line, even incorrect, and treating them as truths. Even the imperfect becomes justifiable. Even the immature expressions of a hypocrite become justifiable. The rest of this is 2 long stanzas. That is a back and forth. An English line, and then that same line in French. I think that's interesting. I wonder why French in particular. Regardless, it cut my work in half, as I only had to look at half of the lines. It says, ego fascination destroys excellence. The absence of patience is maximal. No collaboration nor encouragement, only servitude in solitude. Sentiments intrigue you more than reasoning. Once again, coming down to the idea that you don't need facts. You just need something that sounds good. A sentiment is more powerful than proper reasoning. If it sounds good, sounds like something I'd support, it's probably true, and I support you now. And now I'm going to parrot what you've just said, no matter how wrong it is, to other people, and they're going to be in the same boat. And now this half-truth, or maybe completely fictional idea, is repeated over and over. It has become fact by way of popular support. Only servitude in solitude. Now, this is about the isolation of people, but it's also about the isolation of ideas. When there's nothing to challenge the idea, you never have to change it. You never have to change yourself or your opinion. As long as you can keep people in small bubbles where they just parrot to each other the same thing over and over and over, they're never going to change. You can control them really easily. It says there is no collaboration encouraged. Once again, isolation here. And the absence of patience is maximal. I love that line. You cannot be patient because patience allows for introspection. It allows for change. It allows for critical thought to come into the equation. No, you must jump immediately to your stance, to your opinion, and it better be emotionally driven. You better be mad and passionate about where you stand on this. Once again, very easy to control people who are driven not by facts, but by sentiments and emotions, and people who aren't challenged by anyone around them. Divide and conquer, they say. This is the divide and conquer strategy of communication. And interestingly, in a world where it's easier than ever to communicate with people of all sorts of viewpoints, world experiences, lives, we've somehow segregated ourselves even more into personal bubbles that are safe. All by design, I think, but maybe that's just a conspiracy too. Though it seems that maybe the lyricist here might agree with me on that. The second one basically continues on with this idea, pushing this narrative of making sure that no one ever questions anything and how best to do that. There is a bit more alliteration going on in this one, though. We have lines like partisan patience playing their pantomime. and suppression by subdivision, parasite police provoking. But it does ask, why are we sacrificing camaraderie? Now, the song's already answered this. This is rhetorical at this point. But it says that we pose quiet questions of nonchalance, but we're preaching to the choir. We're asking questions that aren't really important. And they're quiet questions too, kind of keeping it on the down low. None of this is really important. The things that we're divided on, for the most part, aren't really that important. We do have big issues we're divided on, sure, and we would love to get to that. But you don't keep people divided with one or two situations. You keep them divided by telling them that you disagree with that guy over there on every single fundamental part of your life. Stay in your bubble where it's safe, where the people always have your back. Don't question if they have your back, but know they do because they agree with you on all of these dumb little things. Continue preaching to the choir. Nothing challenging, nothing to help people improve. Keep people stuck where they are. Ultimately, this song is a big downer for me. But I suppose the frictional elements of the music line up with the friction showcased in the lyrics and exactly what they're talking about here with the separation and division of people and placing them in their echo chambers. Not my favorite track on the album. Not musically, not lyrically, but I can appreciate it artistically. It's just, dang, man. This one's heavier than I thought. All right, let's dive into this next one. It's only 3 minutes long. We may run it into the next track. This one's called 7/8, or if it's not a time signature, then 7/8. Let's see what's going on. That is 7/8. That is the classic 7/8 of start on downbeats and then push to the offbeats. Yeah, that's a classic 7/8 technique. Fun ideas over here. So we got cello and violin. That is a gnarly synth. And this section's in 4/4. Oh, that's a fun part. I'm going to stop it here just to discuss this, but I don't have a lot to say about it. A little bit of klezmer in the chords, though, right? I don't think rhythmically it really reminds me of klezmer, but something about the note choices kind of give me that vibe. I don't know. This track's definitely in 7/8 for a majority of it. However, we also move from a 7-beat pulse into an 8-beat pulse in the bridge, which may be where the 7/8 comes from. But we are in 7/8 time signature for a majority of this too. I'm curious why else they called it 7/8. If there's any other reason to have named this after the main time signature. That's the wild idea, especially when every other track has a proper name to it, a phrase. They're all I was going to no intro. Okay, so that's I'm going to assume then every other track has words to it, and it's only the instrumental exclusive tracks that are named by something they are. The intro is intro, and the 7/8 track is 7/8. I'm going to laugh so hard if none of the other tracks in here are instrumental. And it's almost as if whoever names these songs, like if it's got words, we'll name it after something in the lyrics. If it doesn't have words, screw it, just call it what it is. Oh man, that would be so funny. That would also be a perfect split too. Instrumental, 5 tracks. Track 7 is an instrumental right at the midway point, and then 5 more tracks. Though it does look like we're going to end... Yeah, it looks like this album is top heavy and that the first 6 tracks are longer than the final 6 tracks. Because we got a lot of 3 and 4 minute songs to wrap this up. I feel like, I mean, we're 2.5 hours in. This is going to be a long video, but I feel like maybe we've gotten through a majority of this as it stands. Anything else about this track? It works along the same ideas that a lot of this has. I feel like I'm repeating myself at this point. We have a foundational idea that we develop and expand upon and explore variations of. It's that ba 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 da 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 da, that very classic cliche 7/8 rhythm where you accent the first 3 downbeats and then the last 3 offbeats. It's a very clean way of dividing up a 7-beat phrase in something that feels symmetrical, if you want to view it that way. Dividing it up into 3.5 beats each, and that half beat is what throws off the accent points and shifts them from the downbeats to the space between the downbeats. But it's been used so many times. It is infectious. I love it. I don't always use it when I write 7/8, but it's always tempting because just like in this track, it is very danceable. Despite its oddity of shifting between downbeats and offbeats, it ends up being very groovy. And I love the playfulness of it as well as the bounciness of it. It's just... yeah, you got those nice accents built in there. You have the syncopation built into the back half of it. It just has a lot of good rhythmic devices in its core that you can still play around with, such as the string instruments over here, having the consistent downbeat accents so that not only do you get the strong hits on the first 3, but you have this back and forth. Ba, 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 ba. You get that constant 8th note thing going on as these are still hitting the downbeats, but now over here we got the between the downbeats, the offbeats here. So we have ba, 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 and they alternate and then they come back together. And so like you can do really cool things with it because by default, this rhythm is syncopated. It is altering itself. It does modify itself over time. So yeah, just cool stuff here. A lot of Again, iterative writing. A lot of what I heard on this track, even with some of the harmonic ideas, it's stuff I've heard before, but it's just done to a really high level here. I do hear less genre bending on this one though, which I suppose is a nice treat after track 6 kind of took their genre bending off the rails. And this feels like a reset, sort of like how Intro threw me off and made me expect more of a traditional classical album before we started mashing things from tracks 2 through 6. So maybe that's what we're doing here. We're kind of resetting things. We went off the rails a bit. Let's find a center and then evolve from that. And through that lens, again, I don't really have a lot to add to this one. It's a fine track. I don't really get a lot of narrative information out of it. It just feels like a nice dancey reset after a rather interesting midpoint to the album. Is there anything else I want to add to it? I don't think so. The shift to 4/4 in the midpoint was interesting, but as far as I can tell, at least for me, I don't know what the ethereal intent is. It's just contrast. It gives us, well, back to what we've seen prior, the ABA. Start off with an idea, build around it, go to something new that's close to it. Here, we've just added an extra half of a beat. So instead of 7/8, we're now in 8/8, or as we usually call it, 4/4. And then we're going to remove that half beat again and return back to the 7 to wrap things up. It's just a really nice bell curve style of composition. Everything in here is very functional and clean, well done, but still a safe track compared to compared to stuff that we've heard on the album. No lyrics here, so we're going to dive into the next one. This is going to be a bit on the longer side, almost 7 minutes. Let's see what's going on with The Void. So we have a nice pedal tone idea here. The pedal tone shifts every once in a while. This part, we're just bouncing back and forth 2 notes per top and bottom. It creates a really nice cascading sound. Also a mix of glockenspiel and piano on this. I hear something bright metallic over here, but the nice percussive sound of hammer against string on the piano. It's pretty. It glistens. It's very twinkling. I was wrong though. I said 2 notes for each the high and the low line, but it's actually 4. This one isn't as descending, it's more cyclical. Back to the descending idea. This one slowly steps up. It feels like it wants to be rising thirds, but it's not. It's just a hair different. The texture almost sounding like winds, or Something scraping. Oh, well, just isn't this inviting? Those strings are a really nice addition. Is this going to be another instrumental? I guess my hypothesis was wrong. So a minimal song, both in style and composition. Yeah, that's a good sort of mind off kind of song. Just taking it in, seeing where mind off might be the wrong way to describe it, but more meditative, not as analytically focused on it, but emotionally engaging, seeing where your mind goes while listening to it. Particularly because it is 7 minutes of one idea. We have the bells and the piano working together to create this light, dancey part. It's through the entire song. You can't miss it. There are 4 variations on this. We have the cascading one, the one that top, mid, or top, bottom, then the top comes down, the bottom comes down, the top comes down, the bottom comes down. You get 8 notes out of that and you restart. And it's just like this waterfall pattern, or maybe rain falling, like a little pitter pattering of rain. The next pattern is more cyclical. We have some downward movement and then some upward movement. It just kind of feels like a cycle. The next one is rising, almost using rising thirds, but a little different, where they just kind of come up. They'll start on the bottom and come back up. And then we have a fourth one that is similar to the second. It is also cyclical, but a different series of notes. And so we have this idea of rising and cycling and falling and cycling and rising and cycling. We have a cycle within this. We have cycles within the cycles. We have the highs and lows, though, the rising and falling. This is what the entire song is based around. This group of 4 ideas repeated over and over and over. I don't even believe there's any harmonic movement outside of the different modes that end up being played simply by shifting the notes around. We don't come down the same 8 notes that we rise up on, and so we do have different emotive elements there as we are seeing different intervals. But I don't think we ever take this larger idea of these 4 cycles and then shift them up a key or shift them down a key or anything like that. I'm pretty sure they're consistent all the way through. It is pensive, it is light, it is the opposite of what a lot of this album has been, which is antagonistic in some way or another, whether it is the abrasion of track 6, Preaching to the Choir, or simply the tension that we saw in tracks like While I Was Away, or Angry at the World, or the sorrow from Long Lost Friend. A lot of this album has been a bit on the negative side. There's been positive parts to them, but generally speaking, it's been a bit of a downer album, especially when you bring the lyrical themes into it. This, though, is a moment of beauty. Pensive relaxation. I don't think that it is a coincidence it is called The Void. Although, being it's an instrumental, I'm surprised it wasn't called The Bells Song. But I guess I'll take that failure to correctly hypothesize what the album's doing. Anyways, though, the void, emptiness, nothing, darkness, no lights, no people, no connection, nothing. A void is just empty. And for an album that has been so focused on the ways that people have connected in methods of destruction, that we find that while, we've hurt each other and have made poor decisions and have caused us to separate ways, like we saw in Long Lost Friend or While I Was Away, or if we look at a larger global scale of how destructive we can be to our environment and to the people around us in tracks like Truth or Dare, Angry at the World, Preaching to the Choir. Removing people from the equation entirely would bring about peace. And I suppose that's the main goal here. There is subtle variation on this track. We get some strings towards the middle of it. They're really warm and inviting. And I think for a song that's so focused on this bright, metallic, cold, twinkling sound, it's nice to have the warmth of the bow against the string vibrating using friction that adds an inviting element to this. Because it is beautiful, much like staring off into the stars on a nice night. But connection, warmth, groundedness, this is what draws me in. Having the strings there helps with that, but they're gone as soon as they came in. Felt like they weren't there long at all, and we kind of get this nice bell curve again. Just the bells and the strings, just the bells. Another straightforward song, though I will say the least dynamic track on the album. Most of what I've praised on this album is how diverse everything is, how nuanced ideas are, how ornamental ideas show up, how melodic concepts are evolved. Not true on this one. There's not a lot of evolution here, and the little bit of harmonic and atmospheric change we get dissipates rather quickly. It's a static track in a way we haven't really seen elsewhere. Curious to see where they go from this, although the next two tracks are Mushroom Cloud and the Ballad. I think the time for peace is over. We're heading back into some heavy stuff. Let's see what's going on here. Really harsh crescendo on that. Almost feels like it wants to be a sforzando and isn't. It's like a sforzando with a soft soft attack.
To explain ourselves and justify our lives. Now there's no more need to wonder why.
Some spoken word. I love that, especially as it plays off of the crisp staccato of the bells. I like how even... Oh, dude. The layering. It's a lot of ostinatos, but it all comes together so beautifully. The escalating energy. Interesting to bring this driving drum beat into this part of the track. It really drives this faster 3. Going for a big ending here. Very sci-fi coded synth there to wrap that up. Tell me if I'm wrong here. This sounds like what Radiohead would make if they did a symphonic album. No electric guitars. It's a very Radiohead song for me. Kind of post-rocky too. This one doesn't develop in the ways that we've seen previous, but it does line up with their shorter tracks such as Truth or Dare, which is a bit simpler on their writing side. We do have some nice variation on ornamental ideas, but generally speaking, the lead melodies, the chord progressions, there's not a lot of development there. On that note, This is wild because it's called the Mushroom Cloud. I expect something heavy, and this is one of their brightest, bounciest tracks in a while. We kind of had this energy on Truth or Dare, a little bit in Angry at the World, but since then, we've kind of abandoned any sort of fun in the music for more emotionally evocative ideas. So the title that I assume is going to be one of the heavier ones ends up being incredibly light and even ends with a bit of powerful finality, which probably makes a lot of sense for a song about probably an atomic bomb. But I think it's interesting that it ends almost the same way that While I Was Away ended, but we actually get the resolution here where we didn't there. And of course, it was thematically relevant not to give that resolution at the end of the track. But if you remember, like, 2 hours ago, probably closer to 2 hours ago. Okay. My math is not doing too well right now. I was talking about how I wanted that song to have the ending. It was building into that, using the tropes of this musical language, and then just didn't deliver on that big finale after doing the slow build up into it. And we got that here. And as soon as that came in, I was like, oh, geez, they're going to fake me out again. And then they didn't. I love that. I love that. And it's cool, like, conversation within the album too, because I'm sure that this track doesn't have anything to do with track 2. Maybe lyrically we'll see some crossover. We can have the, the mushroom cloud, the bomb going off as an analogy or a metaphor for the end of a relationship or a friendship, and maybe we can have some thematic synergies with track 2, but I'm going to assume this is going to be a bit of a larger scope idea here. We're probably going to look at something on the scope of humanity rather than something personal to the lyricist. So I just don't see there being a lot of thematic ties between these two tracks, but to keep that language in here, I think is really important, because as diverse as this album is, and certainly can be at times, it feels right. It's one of those albums that has something at its core holding everything together. And having a callback like this, almost the identical, I mean, chordally, we're looking at a different ending, but the run-up, the lead-in, the vibes, the feeling, the slow down, and then the two really big leading chords heading into the resolution, the big final punch at the end. I mean, this is exactly what we saw at the end of track 2, at least from a theoretical angle rather than specific notes. They're not perfectly analogous, but they are running parallel to each other. But to actually get the ending here, I like that. The album is in conversation with itself, not just lyrically, but even somehow musically. And of course, there's the blueprint of post-rock expansion and classical variation that we see all across this. That's pretty common in all these tracks too. But I wonder if there aren't more devices being used in multiple places like this that maybe I'm just haven't picked up on some of the denser tracks. Definitely goes into the pile of things that I'd like to check out on my second listen. There's so much I've missed on this, and it really makes me excited to get that second listen going on. Otherwise, though, I don't know what else I can add to this. It is on their simpler side. It follows a lot of the compositional foundation they're using across this. I do like the use of spoken word on here, though. It gives it a bit of a poetic element that, again, we haven't seen in a while, but it did make me think of the vocal variety on this album. We've had choirs, we've had female cleans, we've had male cleans, we've had spoken word, we've had rap. It kind of touches a little bit of a lot of different vocal styles. I'll even say, dude, was it track 2 or track 3? There was a legit fry scream in there. I want to go back and give that a good listen, but I heard it multiple times, and that's my takeaway on it. If anyone knows where maybe these stems have been released for free, I don't necessarily want to steal them. But if you know the Kyteman Orchestra has released these stems themselves, I'd love to get an isolated choir stem just at the end, so I can kind of isolate that one vocalist out and see if that was actually what was going on there. But there's been a lot of it, and it's one of the things that I think keeps this album even more fresh moment to moment than it already is vocalists are being changed around, vocal deliveries and styles and textures and timbres, and all of it goes to match the vibes of the music too. There's just a lot of really good synergy on each of these tracks of what kind of instruments should we use, what kind of timbres and vocal sounds and textures should be included for this sound, for this theme, for this genre. And it's really well done. Let's dive into some lyrics and figure out why this song is so bouncy. Well, now I see why it's so dancey, so bouncy. It is a song of embrace. Yeah, I mean, it starts out with fear and worry, concern, possibly. But it quickly shifts. There is a metaphorical bomb dropping, but also a literal bomb. It works on both ends. It talks about the end of humanity, whether that be by atomic war, every nation just nuking each other until there's no humans left, or just an inevitable death as we continue to destroy our planet. Or I suppose just normal war too, not necessarily with giant bombs, but could just be us fighting until there's none of us left. Regardless, this song sees the end of humanity and it welcomes it. Oh, what a beautiful day for us. This has been such a good place for us. Look at the trees as they wave at us, saying goodbye. So soon all of the things that I stand for will fall into the oblivion that I have ignored. I know that my choices are losing the war and my future ain't soothing anymore. Taking my time to find out what it has in store, the bomb will drop right on my porch. Don't fear for what I know, to be sure I'll be vaporized, no surprises anymore. It's a resignation, but also poignant observation. It also feels like it gives up though. So I don't know how to feel about it yet. On the one hand, it's entirely true, dude. You know, if literally a bomb is dropping on my city, there's no escaping that. If I somehow survive it, there's no way I'm going to be or have a life that's anywhere near the comfort that I have prior to the bomb dropping. No matter how bad my life is prior to that, it's only going to get worse from here. There is no positive outcome to the other side of this. He says, I'll just accept it then. After all, there's no more surprises at this point, and that's a benefit in and of itself. But he also mentions that everything that he stood for is about to be destroyed. All of the choices he made lost the war. It almost says, why was I doing any of this anyways, if this is what it was all going to come to regardless? He says the truth is shooting us all in the face. While we aim to define it, we freeze in our frames. They say it won't hurt us a bit, so don't panic. When you start to bleed in its name, don't cover your eyes, don't look at the flash, and pray that there's no such thing as hell when we pass. We'll be absorbed as the morning light leaks into the infinite yawn. It's interesting. This entire album has been about standing for who you are, what you believe in, regardless of the outcomes, because it's better than resigning. But I suppose in the face of massive destruction and imminent death, none of it really matters. And it's a practical perspective on this, but I think that there's also a resignation to the song as a whole, not just in this moment, but almost as if the lyricist has decided this is how things are going to be anyways. There's a line in here that says, "We have been looking for ways to trust, but things will unravel the way that they must." Almost an assumption that this is going to be a reality eventually. And, in the past 14 years, yeah, it kind of looks like we're still steering in that direction. But there's still time to course correct, even if it is just to soften the blow. I don't know if giving up is the right way. We come to the end of this, though. It says, "All in all, we are grateful for the grace bestowed upon us, our sins eradicated. It's the end that keeps us honest. Our next chapter begins regardless, be it void or promise. The sun sets on mankind, end of the line. This is our time. Oh, what a beautiful day. Smell the perfume of decay. Behold the light and embrace the rush. This is our time." It's joyful. It embraces the death of humanity. And I get it from a perspective. This, I feel like, is the natural conclusion to Angry at the World. The song where our narrator decides to give into their darker impulses, maybe not literally, but at least mentally allows themselves to play with the idea of murdering those that they see to be opposition to themselves, that seem to be in the way of humanity's progress. Why not just let all of humanity die anyways? By the end of Angry at the World, he was content on murdering everyone anyways. This is an interesting mix of misanthropy and nihilism. Kind of just says nothing matters, but not just because in the universal scheme of things we're so insignificant, but the idea that we're all going to murder ourselves anyways. We're so good at destruction. Humanity is going to wipe itself out eventually. And there's nothing that most of us can do to stop that. So just embrace it. Actions don't matter, not because in the grand scheme they don't matter, but because within the framework of society, our actions are too small to matter. Not on a universal scale. We've brought the scale down, centered it on humanity, and still decided it was worthless. I can see the perspective of this track. And, like a couple of the others, I can appreciate the opinion here. I think it's easy to fall into these negative ideas. And maybe it's because I listen to too much post-hardcore and punk music that is very counterculture and always let's riot and fix things from the bottom up. For an album to start with such social criticism, I was not expecting the nihilistic turn. And I feel a bit deflated having this continued thematic presence in the lyrics. Let's keep the train rolling. Next up, we have the Ballad. Makes sense coming after that track. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, definitely an elegy. That is a song written for something that has passed, for the deceased. Interesting turn on this album, too. Assuming this track stays focused, we gotta talk about something. Beautiful harmonic turn there, leading into this finale of the... Oh, actually not where I was expecting. Also, I need to remember to talk about the bands. I've had these tabs pulled up for a couple tracks. I keep forgetting to dive into the extra context. Yeah, I do think it has shifted more into a traditional ballad here. I don't think it is as much of an elegy anymore as it felt when it started. Definitely still downtrodden, though. Is that uplift again? And then the support to wrap it up. All right, another of a more straightforward track. We do have some nice harmonic lifts in there, and I think it does provide a nice little positive boost, a shining light at the end of the tunnel kind of idea. And we do hit that at pretty much the exact midpoint and the final component of the song. So I wonder if this is supposed to be saying that despite this being a sad moment, there's hope still, which I would love given some of the themes on this album. But otherwise, I'd say this is a pretty straightforward ballad. It starts a bit of an elegy, which is a song for the dead. And I think that's fitting after a track called The Mushroom Cloud. But ultimately, it does kind of shift away from that type of mourning into a general sadness. And I do believe it becomes a more traditional ballad at that point. I like the melodies on here. The trumpet melody, I think, fits really well, and it might not even be a trumpet. Maybe a flugel? I don't know. It just doesn't sound like a traditional trumpet to me. Something's a little off about the timbre, but it's not another family of brass. It's not a trombone, it's not a baritone or a tuba, definitely not a French horn. Anyways, I love the melody line. It's moving, it pulls us through the song. It never really just lingers, but it is something that isn't focused on leaving. It's not in any hurry to move on to the next idea. It's just a little worn out, you know? A little worn down, a little worn out, too thin, and emotionally vulnerable. And I think it captures that really well. And I love how it has that little uplift at the end to again put in this concept of hope at the end of this heartbreaking melody. Some nice supporting ideas in here, but once again, not really a lot of depth to it. Some nice ornamental concepts, but as far as variation goes, it's another song that's kind of static. Also, this one does follow the naming convention. It's it's an instrumental track that's name is just what it is. It's a ballad. We're calling it the ballad. I have no idea why The Void wasn't called the Bells song. That's going to be the hill I die on for this. Every instrumental is named after what it is, except The Void. That's a thematic name. Anyways, though, coming back to this idea of singularity, of focus, I started to pick up on something. I mentioned that the album around the middle felt like we had reached a midpoint. Preaching to the Choir took their idea of genre bending and mashing together and ran it into an extremity that, as far as I was personally concerned, broke the listenability of the album. And 7/8 reset that, starting the loop over, kicking this next group of 6 tracks off with an instrumental. Now, granted, The Void also leaned into the instrumental, and Mushroom Cloud kind of worked as an analogy to Truth or Dare, focusing on a smaller song with more mainstream writing than classical style. So it has parallels to the first 6, but it's not a perfect line being drawn between them. But I did notice something else. 7/8, The Void, Mushroom Cloud, The Ballad, all these songs are focused. All of the things that I really praised about the opening 5 songs, they're not really here anymore. The dynamic quality is missing. The genre variety is missing. The post-rock slow burn, massive amounts of variation, that's all kind of missing too. 7/8 was one idea for 3 minutes. The Void was one idea for 7 minutes, and the Ballad is one idea for 3 minutes. Not a lot of change to any of this. And I started to think about what's been going on lyrically too, and the narrator seems more determined in the first half of this album than here. There's more of a reluctance to do anything. They've given up. And as far as I can see, the music has too. That's not to say that these tracks we've listened to, 7, 8, 9, and 10, are bad songs. They're just less diverse, less dynamic, less energetic, less evolving. One thing I loved about some of the opening tracks was this theme of change and evolution in the music and the lyrics. We're seeing that theme present in neither now. It almost feels as if, just as much as the lyrics have taken a bit of a downward spiral, the music has too. The music has given up. There's no hope here. Makes me worry about that hopeful uplift at the end of the ballad, and maybe the ethereal intent is misconstrued hope. Feels like something's coming, but There's no help on the way. I don't know, but that pattern is pretty clear. The first 6 tracks are wild, and so far the last 6 are not. On the one hand, if this continues on in the next 11 minutes of music, follow this line of less dynamic, less exploratory music, fantastic theming. I love the artistic vision there. On the other hand, it's such a downer of an album, dude. Jeez. Now, I said that I need to remember to talk about some additional context, and I don't have a lot to go on. There's not a lot of information here. I did find out that the Kyteman Orchestra is an orchestra put together by Kyteman, also known as Colin Benders, born in the Netherlands, and he put this group together. Originally did some solo stuff, merging jazz and modern musics, a little bit of hip hop in there, and then put together the Kyteman Orchestra, 18 musicians, opera singers, and a choir, self-described as a collection of sounds somewhere between opera, hip hop, drum and bass, electro, minimalism, and all kinds of other genres that I can't even begin to describe. Dude, that's a good description. That's about as good as I could probably put together. Interestingly, not too long after releasing this album, Colin decided to distance himself from the project altogether. A few years after this, they would put out a jam sessions album. Not sure what's on there, but I'm assuming it's a bunch of jam sessions of the orchestra, just kind of putting some stuff together. Maybe it is a full traditional album, but based off the title, I'm expecting some less defined music on it, but still some cool stuff. And then Colin would go on to focus more on electronic music, particularly, it seems, in the techno elements of electronic music. It has been making music with synthesizers since 2020. It was doing daily live streams during the lockdowns. So that's pretty cool. Colin also started out on trumpet and bugle and piano. That probably explains the trumpet inclusion in pretty much every track here. And this group has also performed under the title Kyteman's Hip Hop Orchestra a couple of times, although it seems that the Kyteman Orchestra is the general accepted name for it. At least that's what Rate Your Music has it as, whereas the Hip Hop Orchestra is also known as. So maybe that's a former title for the project. It doesn't really tell me much about this. I don't think I've listened to a lot of music from Netherlands to really know if there's been any cultural influence on this. A lot of what I hear is just general Western music, both classical and modern. And it does kind of feel like someone who was possibly classically trained on the trumpet who decided to merge that experience as a trumpet player with some of the modern sounds they were enjoying. And it's a really cool project here. I'm digging this. But I really wanted to know, like, a personnel list of what instruments we had, particularly on different songs. I'm always a fan of that. If there's a particular instrument that only shows up on like one track or something, I like to know that. But yeah, there's just not a lot of information on Colin or Kyteman or the Kyteman Orchestra. We have 2 songs left though. Let's see how this all gets wrapped up. This the penultimate one here is called On Fout. It's Dutch. It translates to We Don't Care. It's another short one, just over 4 minutes. Let's check it out. Yeah, dude, instead of going for the halfway point between the beats for that last accent, it goes for the last quarter of space before we hit the next speed. That's why it's such close. It withholds so much. It would feel less disjointed on the offbeats. The synth work is wild though.
À quoi ça sert d'avoir une mort qui m'interdit de fumer? J'ai moi quelle est la première cause pour mourir sur la route déjà? De quoi tu parles quand tu parles de mon pouvoir d'achat? Ça fait déjà 16 ans que je me bats, ne me mens pas. C'est grâce aux riches qu'on entend dire qu'il y a une crise. C'est eux qui arrivent plus à contrôler tout ce qu'ils dirigent. C'est eux qui arrivent plus à comprendre leur but en vie. Faut savoir, c'est grâce à eux qu'on voit le monde dans cet état pourri. Voilà la raison pourquoi certains spliffent au max. Certains boivent, certains décident de prendre le crack. Certains ont vu qu'ils peuvent gagner de l'argent avec ça. Oui, les riches de tout à l'heure se trouvent ensemble pour ça. Ça ne changera pas. De nos enfants en n'importe quoi. De quoi que l'on n'avance pas. Ici la bouche ne manque pas. À quoi ça sert sera souvent la question.
Alright, first of all, this synth is still being wild. But second of all, is that French? Vocals almost sound like they're just behind the beats. Maybe they are. Maybe it's just the production on them because of the reverb. Nah, dude, time just sounds weird. Well, as a penultimate song, I think it's going to work thematically. It does continue on. I mean, it's called We Don't Care. If you wanted to make an album that devolves into apathy, starting from a place of convictions, yeah, I mean, We Don't Care is a really strong title to head into the final track of the album. But also going along with my idea that musically it's losing its passion in a sense. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, this is a synth-driven song, and there are some interesting melodies here. It does get creative in ways that I don't think always works, but does have a spark in it that we haven't really seen in a while. But it's also a song that's pretty much completely abandoned the orchestral element here. We have a drum kit, we have a rapper, we have some choir, and the synth, and that's kind of about it. It's it's such a deviation from everything else that it's one of those tracks where I have to assume it's an artistic choice because sonically, this is not the album for it. And that's wild because this album has been all over the place, and yet somehow a song is added to it that feels like it doesn't fit, and it really feels like anything could have fit on this album. It's also strange that it makes Preaching to the Choir seem like a tame track that absolutely should be on this album, and is fighting real hard at creating frictional music. And I think that's the one thing that stands out to me that I don't really enjoy. Like, from a sonic perspective, I think this is fine. I'm not a huge fan of this more minimal writing where it's just a drum beat and some synth and some vocals. But beyond that, I mentioned at the end that time's kind of weird on this one. And yeah, just like Preaching to the Choir, I have a really tough, like, I don't have a tough time finding the time. I think I conducted that out pretty clearly. And I think it was easy to see how strict I was being with the time versus how loose they were being with the time. And it created a sound that I subjectively didn't like. And I know temporal looseness is something that I get onto a lot of bands about. And yes, I understand it's me. It's been ingrained in me from the start to just be on time with your music. Don't rush, don't drag, just be on time. And having really good internal metronome and rhythm has just been something that I've had drilled into me for most of my life, honestly, a majority of my life, more than half of my life. Why do I feel so old today? Why do I say these things? And like, I get it, right? When doom metal plays sloppy, it adds to the weight. From an artistic perspective, I get it. Personally, I hate it. And that's what's happening here too. The synth is just a hair behind the beat. The drums are purposefully awkward. I counted this out at the beginning. Well, I didn't count it out, but I mentioned it at the beginning that those last two hits really should have a little bit more space between them. We can create the syncopation using an eighth note rather than a 16th note on that penultimate note. And it wouldn't feel as rushed or as jagged, or that we're hanging there forever before we just smash all these notes together at the end of the drum pattern. It is intentionally provocative, in the same way that the temporal elements at the end of this track are purposefully provocative. They are intentionally just a bit behind everything. The vocals were terrible at this, and I still don't know if it was the vocals or the production on them. It could be that the vocalists themselves, when they recorded, were right on the beat, but maybe they were shifted over. Maybe there was a little ramp up in volume that, with all the other sounds, kind of disguises the initial attack. So it sounds like they're coming in at the end. There's also a lot of reverb on them, which could be masking some of that too. Regardless of how we got to this point, the vocals are clearly behind the beat. The synth is clearly behind the beat, and the drummer is playing a strange pattern on the beat. It's much like Preaching to the Choir, intentionally frictional, and I don't like it. It feels like a track designed to upset me. I'm very passionate about tempo. Stay on time. And it's just, it rubs me the wrong way entirely. And I think I could give it a small pass if there was anything else in the track that I enjoyed, but the synth melodies, I don't want to use this term because, again, given all of the interesting and awesome ideas that we've had on the track, I do want to give the composer the benefit of the doubt. It's amateurish. It feels like someone experimenting, and instead of leaving this on the cutting room floor because it wasn't a strong candidate for a lead melody line, they just left it in. Again, maybe this is purposeful. The song is called We Don't Care. Having bad parts and poorly timed parts in the track might be the whole point of this song. That doesn't mean I have to like the way it sounds, though. I do think the best part of this was the vocals, though, whether it was the clean singing with the harmonies or the rapped vocals. We had some really cool cadences in the rapped vocals. We had cool harmonies in the cleans. Great idea and all of that. And the drum being more of a drum kit rather than the snare and bass drums that we've heard, the more orchestral drums parts that we've heard in other tracks. I think this one fit, as this song feels like it fits more into a traditional hip-hop vibe than any of the other tracks, and a lot of that's going to come down to the instrumentation and the lack of composition in this, or I should say the lack of dense composition. This feels more like a traditional hip-hop track than the hip-hop influences in a classical track that we've explored on other songs. I do think my favorite part of this album is the first half. The Void is a really nice track. I like the way it sounds. It's a bit too long in the tooth, though. Mushroom Cloud was fine. The Ballad was fine. 7/8 was fine. And this one is not great. Again, I think artistically, looking at my overview of what I think this album is saying, this is a very cool concept, but as much as I've talked about wanting to return to this album, it feels like something that I might play the first few tracks of and then quit. Maybe returning to a full listen every once in a while, but definitely would not be the default for me. And again, I don't want anyone to interpret me saying that the back end of this album is bad. It just has a very different goal than the first half, and I'm really vibing with the first half of this album. So, still well-written stuff on the back half, and artistically oriented stuff too. Just not my cup of tea, at least not as much as the first half is. Took some lyrics on this, and I think they were in French. I'm gonna have to see if I can find a translation of this. Then we're gonna wrap this one up. Check out the final track. All right. First of all, my pronunciation of this was wrong because I was incorrectly told it was Dutch. Thanks, Google, for failing. It is actually French, which makes sense because there's a lot of letters in there that don't get mentioned. Also, the lyrics are in French, so I should have seen that a while away. It's Un San Fu, which is kind of close to the Dutch, but very, very different. But interestingly, it means the same thing, so I don't know if that's another mistranslation on Google's hand or not. But it's still the same idea. We don't care. And this is another song of rage and frustration. It is, in a sense, preaching to the choir. Truth or dare, angry at the world, all wrapped up into one. It's about someone screaming into the void, knowing that it's not going to change anything, but really needing to say this stuff because the world around them doesn't make sense. It says, what's the point of having a law that forbids me from smoking in my own home? What's the leading cause of death on the road again? Why are you talking about when you talk about my purchasing power? I've been fighting for 16 years already, and it's thanks to the rich that we can say we're in a crisis. They're the ones who no longer control everything they manage. They're the ones who no longer understand their goals in life. It's thanks to them that we see the world in this rotten state. He says, why are the laws the way they are? Why does the world operate the way it does? Why do we use the language the way we do when none of it is truly reflective of the world around us? He says, when we have economic crises, it's created by those with economic power, and yet it's always framed within the context of the little people, their buying power, the economic status of the layman. They had no control over the economy. Yet we never talk about how large corporations need bailouts or misappropriated their funds and purchased things that they didn't need or purchased more than what they needed. And now they're in crisis, but we're the ones who end up with the fallout. Why is this the way things work? He says, unfortunately, none of this will change. Our children just learn nonsense in schools. Human rights aren't progressing, and most people lack love and empathy. The world is burning, but no one cares. The rich have weapons, the poor have stones. And most people on earth are just humans. We're everywhere, and we lack power. That's the entirety here. It's just an anger at a ruling class. Those with the most control see the least amount of consequences for their actions. He asked them, what do they see when they look at themselves in a mirror? They ask if they even know who they are or what they want out of life. Says, have you lost all of your emotions? Then more of the anger comes in. It says, I hope all of this changes for you soon. You'll have to return to reality after the show ends and realize your whole life is meaningless. Your wife only loves your money. Your friends are just like you, the worst kind of egoists who will drop you at the sound of a dime. Your grandchildren, they're disasters. We see this behavior all over the world, and we shout loudly that the world is burning, but nobody cares. This is anger and frustration. And once again, a type of acceptance, of resignation, which I understand. I get the feeling this person has been screaming about this for a long time, but what happens if you've been trying to course correct things, to help people, to try to have some power over your environment for years, decades, and never does anything? You begin to question if it's even worth it. And I think we've seen a lot of that on the back half of this album, is sort of a resignation. I don't think that they are right in this, but I can understand the perspective. It is very defeating. They still scream though. Music like this, despite how defeated they feel, they still go out there and make the music. They haven't given up completely. I can appreciate that even more. Let's wrap this up. The final track here is called Day One. It is one of the longer ones on the album, 7.5 minutes. Let's see how they wrap this up. I'm in awe of the bell work here. We're talking about 2 mallets per hand, or maybe 2 players, but just rotating the wrist in order to get mallet left or right, and then just bouncing between all these notes. It reminds me of the Void, actually. The same type of cyclical ideas, but also it was such a bittersweet moment too. Dude, this hurts. And like there's elements of positivity to this, but there's pain in here too, man. Very Danny Elfman, though. I like it. All rising, a nice escalation of pitch. Teamwork to get up there too, multiple instruments on this constant rising pattern. Bringing the glockenspiel part back from the beginning. Nice sforzando. It's their first one of the album. Nice little dreamlike run on the bells real quick before coming back into this. Hmm. All right. Yeah, I think that just makes track 11 seem even more out of place. If maybe we had taken that energy and ran into something a bit more experimental or less caring, I guess, um, about technique and stuff, that would have made more sense. But as a lead up into another atmospheric instrumental work, and this one too, bringing back some of the ideas previously in the album, as we began to see more ideas of variations, repetition of theme, expansion of ideas. It wasn't as strong as some of the earlier tracks, but it did lean into that a little bit and gave us some overarching linear movement from start to finish while still giving us these highs and lows, returning back to ideas that we had heard previously with new context. And so I do enjoy that, but it's also purely classical in a sense that it certainly belongs on the back half of the album, which has more often than not focused on a specific sound rather than mashing together of sounds. I also noticed early on I described this as a type of hip hop meets musical theater idea, and that has not been present at all in this back half, which is, interestingly, mostly instrumentals. 7/8, The Void, The Ballad, and Day One. 2/3 of the back half of this are instrumental works. That's not something I was expecting given the first half of this album. I do like this track though. It's incredibly moving. I love the emotive elements in it. I love the trumpet lead that we had. I love the bell line. The strings, their swells. The powerful nature of this song. It encompasses a lot. We have pensiveness, the loneliness. It brings back that line. I don't know if it's the exact same line, but it's close to the cyclical parts of the void. Not the descending line, not the ascending line, but one of the cyclical patterns on the bells is present here too. In fact, it makes up a majority of this. However, the note choices are different. Whereas the void brought a bit of pensive relaxation and beauty, this is a sparkling twilight, something that represents both an end and a potential beginning, a wrapping up of one thing into another, which I suppose lines up with the concept of day one is the birth of something. Day one doesn't necessarily need to be the start, it just is a start. And so it could be the wrapping up of a previous thing as we move into this new concept. And I get a lot of that from the bells, but there's also, especially with the strings and the trumpet on top of it, it's alluded to a little bit in the bells, but really expanded upon on these other two melody lines, is a pain. This is not a painless transition. Loss happened. There is still reflection on that. The wound still seems open. It's still fresh, but we are taking steps to a brighter future regardless. And that pain of triumph, of success, of excitement for new, of opportunity and potential mixing with grief, lamentation. Lamentation. What is to lament? What is lamentation? Anyways, yes, the general sorrow, the grieving process being mixed with this optimism is what I get out of this entire moment, and I just feel it in my bones. It is a powerful start to the song, and I think they knew that. It's why they returned to it 2 other times in this track and wrap up the track on it. I really love that part. And it's just such an emotionally affecting section. We have lots of highs and lows, lots of good dynamic contrast here, lots of crescendos and decrescendos, that's rising and falling in volume. We also did get some sforzandos in here, which is pretty cool. I had mentioned earlier, I don't remember what track it was, but I had mentioned that we had heard something that was like a sforzando without the attack. What a sforzando is you hit the note at a high volume, immediately drop it down, and then crescendo back to that volume, or even in cases beyond it. Ba, ba. You get that nice attack, and then the swell. And we got a few of them in here, so it's pretty cool that I was a little miffed that I couldn't. I mean, I guess I could have brought it up in the analysis earlier and talked about it a little bit, but I figured, why talk about something that's not in the music? And I got to do it here, so I'm kind of glad we heard that here at the end. There is also this is going to be pop culture talking out of me. There's a strong element of Danny Elfman in this track all over, honestly. I think every core motif in here feels very Elfman, but one of them in particular, lots of brass, lots of power, strength, valiant feelings. It reminds me of his work on the Batman theme song back from, the olden days. And to me, it comes across as vengeance. Thanks, Batman, for tying whatever this chord progression is into vengeance for me. But given a lot of the topics on this album and me kind of seeing this track as a rebirth, somehow, eventually, humanity course corrects. We have a brand new day, and part of that is about properly punishing those who took us down that path that we were heading. That's what I feel in those moments. It is that valiant element. It's that, in a sense, I mean, probably it could be misguided, but even a sense of moral superiority, of finally getting the upper hand on these crooks. From the perspective of our narrator, and doing things how they see it should be done. Which is interesting because it kind of brings us back to Truth or Dare, and we could probably look at a lot of this album through that perspective. But at least from the narrator's perspective, things are getting better. The world is healing. People are healing. We're taking steps towards a more positive future, or at least that's how I want to read it. Because there are no lyrics for this, and given the downward spiral of the end of this album, maybe ending this on a high note isn't what it's supposed to be. Maybe this is supposed to be the final days of humanity. Given tracks like The Void and Mushroom Cloud and track 11, the French one I can't pronounce, and Angry at the World, the eventual demise of the human race and day one of a post-human Earth. In which case, I think a lot of the themes I picked up on were similar, just less optimistic for the human race and more optimistic for the planet Earth. Nature taking a step towards healing and rebuilding after the destruction of one of the species on its planet. 4 hours. This was a good one. I hope y'all enjoyed this. I enjoyed getting through it, though I'm tired, man. I'm glad the back half of this album had less lyrics in it, but when we got to track 6 and we were almost 2 hours in, and I knew a lot of that was because a lot of lyrical topics, a lot of musical topics to dive into, and dude, I spent so much time off screen. There's like 100 lines of lyrics for most of those tracks. Looking at the tracks, reading them, trying to figure out what's going on with them. This is a big work day for me. I'm done. I'm ready. I enjoyed this album, but I'm exhausted. And to me, that's a good album right there. I certainly love easy listens, but to be challenged by music the way that this has on as many levels as it has to wear me out mentally like this, that's also a sign of really good art. And I think it's one of those, it feels bad. I don't like feeling drained, but it's also one of those things where the negative feeling is a sign that something good happened, that the art was worthwhile. My voice is getting a bit hoarse here too, so let's wrap this up. These are my thoughts on the Kyteman Orchestra. What did you think of this? Is there anything that stood out to you? Anything that you'd like to add on to what I said or correct me on? Do you have your own take, perspective, or opinion on this? Whatever you want to add, keep the conversation rolling. Throw that stuff down in the comment section. Above that, y'all know the drill. We got Linktree here. You can support the channel, make some requests, join the Discord server, find my music, all sorts of stuff in there. Above that, like, subscribe. I guess ring the bell. Ring the bell is not a thing in the UI anymore. It's just when you subscribe, you can click to see everything, which why would you subscribe to something and not want to see everything they post? YouTube, why do you make decisions like this? This is not the time to be ranting about this. That wraps it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. UTC. We're going to do a 2.5 hour live stream as we usually do. It's chill. We just kind of hang out, listen to music. I give my thoughts on it, but it isn't necessarily as much of a deep dive analysis. We listen to like 11 to 12 songs. Conversation is great. We get derailed. We talk about some cool stuff. Of course, music is a big topic, but it's not exclusively what we chat about. But it's good company, good tunes, good conversation. If you can make it, I highly suggest you do. Otherwise, Monday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as usual. We're going to dive into next week's theme. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.